What if the very fate of a civilization rested upon the whispers of a single moment? In the shadow of the majestic temple of Jupiter, the air crackles with anticipation, thick with the scent of incense and the echoes of supplicants, each one desperate for divine favor. The massive columns tower overhead, their marble gleaming under the midday sun, casting long shadows that stretch across the bustling forum like ominous fingers reaching for the heart of Rome itself. In this sanctuary, where power converges with piety, the gods of ancient Rome watch closely. Jupiter, the king of the heavens, his gaze piercing through the veil of human ambition. The temple stands not only as a monument to worship, but as a crucible where destinies are forged and broken. As whispers of unrest ripple through the crowds, one cannot help but feel the tremors of change beneath their feet. On this fateful day, the air is electric with tension. Citizens gather, their faces a canvas of hope and dread. Senators clad in togas, their brows furrowed with worry, exchange furtive glances. Outside, the clamor of merchants and laborers fades into a distant murmur as a procession makes its way toward the temple, a signal that something monumental is about to unfold. The clang of armor announces the arrival of soldiers, their presence a stark reminder of Rome's fragile peace. What treachery lies behind their stoic visages? An oracle, shrouded in enigma, stands at the temple's entrance, her eyes clouded with visions of the future. Around her, the air thickens, pregnant with prophecy. Will her words mark the beginning of glory or herald ruin? The crowd holds its breath, hearts pounding like war drums, each soul acutely aware that today could redefine the very essence of Roman power. Within the temple's inner sanctum, the sacred altar awaits, the stones stained with the sacrifices of countless generations. It is here that the line between mortal ambition and divine will blurs. Flickering flames dance in rhythm with the anxious heartbeat of the crowd, casting ghostly shadows that seem to whisper secrets long buried. The priests, cloaked in their ceremonial garb, prepare for an invocation that may summon either blessing or doom. A sudden hush descends, amplifying the tension. The temple doors creak open, revealing a figure cloaked in mystery, stepping into the flickering light. Who is this person and what do they bring with them? A message, a warning, or perhaps the spark that ignites a rebellion? With every passing moment, the boundary between hope and despair narrows. The very stones of the temple of Jupiter tremble, as if aware of the monumental choices that lay ahead. Will Rome remain steadfast, or will this day mark the beginning of its descent? The throne of the ruler hangs in the balance, and history stands poised on the edge of a knife, waiting for the final blow that could change everything. In a time when the air was thick with the scent of sacrifice and the whispers of gods, a grand vision was stirring among the people of Rome. It was the dawn of a new era, and the heart of the city throbbed with both ambition and desperation. The year was 509 BCE, a pivot point that saw the collapse of the monarchy and the birth of the Republic. As the sun rose over the Palatine Hill, illuminating the ancient stones, the Romans felt a calling that would echo through the ages. A call to build a sanctuary for Jupiter, the king of the gods, a place where mortals could reach out to the divine. The political landscape was shifting like sand beneath their feet. The people had tasted freedom after centuries of tyranny, and the weight of their newfound power pressed heavily on their shoulders. They had deposed Tarquin the Proud, the last king of Rome, and with him had come a flood of emotions. Hope mingled with fear, excitement mixed with uncertainty. In this volatile atmosphere, the idea of erecting a temple to Jupiter became a symbol of their aspirations. It was not merely a structure. It was a declaration of their identity, a promise that their new government would be blessed by the gods. As the plans unfolded, murmurs of discontent rippled through the streets. Some feared that the temple would evoke the wrath of deposed kings and their followers. Others worried that the gods might see their boldness as hubris. But the architects of this divine space forged ahead, driven by a vision of unity and strength. They gathered artisans, laborers, and visionaries, each one inspired by the dream of creating something magnificent, something that would resonate with both the past and the future. It was not just about stone and mortar. It was about faith. Faith that Jupiter would watch over them, guiding their nascent republic through trials and tribulations. The Romans poured their heart and soul into the construction. Not just bricks, but hopes and fears went into each layer. The work was grueling, the summer sun beating down on backs bent with labor, but the air buzzed with an electric excitement. The temple became a magnet, drawing people from all walks of life, each one carrying their own burdens, their own dreams, and placing them at the feet of the mighty God. With each passing day, the framework rose higher, and so did the people's hopes. They envisioned the day when they would gather in the shadow of Jupiter's temple, offering prayers, sacrifices, and thanks for victories won and challenges met. Their faith was palpable, as thick as the dust swirling around them. Yet, there were moments of quiet introspection, when workers would pause, their hands resting on the cool stone, staring into the distance. What would it mean to have a God's presence so close? Would they still feel the weight of their choices? Or would they become lost in the grandeur of the temple, overshadowed by the divine? As the temple neared completion, the city buzzed with anticipation. Festivals were planned, celebrations of their triumph over tyranny and their dedication to the heavens. The streets filled with music and laughter, but beneath that joyous surface lay an undercurrent of anxiety. What if they failed to appease Jupiter? What if their sacrifices were deemed unworthy? The thought clung to their minds like a specter, whispering doubts that threatened to stifle the burgeoning sense of community. Then came the day of consecration, a day that would sear itself into the collective memory of Rome. The air crackled with an energy that felt almost alive. Citizens thronged the streets, their faces painted with colors of reverence and excitement. Priests clad in white robes maneuvered through the crowd, bearing offerings of wine, fruits, and incense. The scent wafted through the air, mingling with the sweat of the people, creating an intoxicating blend of humanity and divinity. As the great doors of the temple opened, a collective gasp rose from the crowd. The interior gleamed with gold and marble, reflecting the sunlight that poured in from above like the very blessings of Jupiter himself. The sight was breathtaking, but it was more than visual splendor. It was a visceral experience that sent shivers down spines. Hearts raced, and for a moment, time stood still as all present felt the weight of the moment. The culmination of dreams, fears, and the unity of a people striving for greatness. The sacrifices began, the flames of the altars leaping high as offerings were made. Each crackle of fire seemed to echo through the temple, a voice of the gods responding to the fervent hopes of the people. But among the cheers and prayers, a shadow flickered at the fringes of their minds, a feeling of vulnerability. Would the gods accept them? Would they bend their ears to hear the voices of mere mortals? As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows over the temple and its throngs, that question lingered like an unanswered prayer. The revelation of the temple did not bring an end to their worries. Rather, it ignited new ones. With Jupiter as their protector, the people felt emboldened, ready to embark on a path that could lead to glory or ruin. What would they face next? The world beyond their stone walls was fraught with enemies eager to exploit any sign of weakness. The temple was a beacon, but it was also a target. Through the night, as torches flickered and the stars blinked down from above, the Romans celebrated, but their laughter sometimes gave way to the soft murmur of fear. The temple stood tall, a testament to their hopes but also a reminder of the threats that loomed. They had built a divine refuge for their spirits, yet the weight of expectation was heavier than any stone they had laid. As the winds whispered secrets through the ancient trees that surrounded the temple, the Romans would soon learn that their devotion and sacrifices would be tested. The Temple of Jupiter had become not just a structure of stone but a living symbol of their aspirations and their fears, a heartbeat of the Republic itself. And as dawn broke once more over the horizon, they would find themselves standing on the precipice of history, ready to face whatever came next, bound together by the divine purpose that the temple represented. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows on the ancient stones of an Etruscan temple, where the air buzzed with a sense of reverence. This was a sacred place, a sanctuary dripping in history, where rituals whispered of the past and the divine. With each flickering flame of the oil lamps, The Etruscans, cloaked in their flowing garments, summoned the gods, their chants echoing against the walls. It was here that the roots of a new religious dawn began to intertwine with the foundations of Rome, a city not yet risen to its monumental glory, but already drawing strength and inspiration from its enigmatic neighbors. As the Etruscans performed their sacred rites, their beliefs seeped into the very soil beneath their feet, creating a tapestry of spiritual significance that would later envelop the Romans. They revered the forces of nature and the afterlife, embedding their thoughts into every corner of their lives. The Etruscan practices emphasized divination, an art that sought to read the will of the gods through the flight of birds and the livers of sacrificed animals. This practice captivated the Romans, who found themselves yearning for the same insight into fate and destiny. The bridged worlds of the living and the divine blurred, and the Romans adopted these rituals, refining them into their own religious framework. With each passing generation, the architectural wonders of the Etruscans whispered stories of innovation and artistry. Their temples, constructed not merely as places of worship, but as reflections of the cosmos, stood tall with their distinctive columns and terracotta roofs. The Romans, wide-eyed and eager, gazed upon these structures, feeling the pulse of creativity course through their own ambitions. The grandeur of the Etruscan style beckoned them, urging Roman architects to embrace the use of arches and vaults, techniques that would one day blossom into monumental edifices that defined an empire. Every brick laid, every stone carved, was a heartbeat of collaboration between the two cultures. The Etruscans, skilled in the use of concrete, imparted their knowledge to the Romans, who would later elevate this material to new heights. The Colosseum, the Pantheon, and the Forums of Rome. These weren't just buildings. They were embodiments of a shared heritage, echoing the spirit of Etruscan craftsmanship. Visitors to Rome would stand in awe, gazing at the majestic structures that seemed to touch the heavens, their breath caught in their throats, feeling the weight of centuries of influence. In the bustling streets of Rome, the mingling of cultures created a vibrant tapestry of life. As merchants sold their goods, priests conducted their rituals, and families gathered to honor their ancestors, the Etruscan influence was palpable. Statues of Etruscan deities adorned Roman homes, their benign faces radiating protection and prosperity. The Romans, taking cues from their Etruscan predecessors, began to incorporate elaborate funerary practices. Graves adorned with fine pottery, intricate frescoes, and offerings for the afterlife. It was a practice born of reverence, where the boundaries between life and death became a sacred continuum. The Etruscans had a profound understanding of the human experience, and this wisdom seeped into the Roman consciousness, shaping their views on mortality. They believed in the significance of rituals surrounding death and rebirth, a notion that resonated deeply with the Romans. The idea that the spirit continued to exist beyond the mortal realm ignited a flame of hope within them, leading to the creation of elaborate ceremonies that honored the deceased. Each funeral became a grand spectacle, combining Etruscan traditions with Roman flair, as families gathered to ensure their loved ones found peace in the afterlife. As night fell and the stars blinked into existence, the cities of Rome and Etruria thrummed with life. The thriving marketplaces became a melting pot of ideas, where Etruscan artisans shared their skills with Roman craftsmen. The delicate designs of Etruscan jewelry, with their intricate patterns and vibrant colors, inspired Roman designs that dazzled the eyes of the wealthy elite. The Etruscan influence wasn't just seen in temples and statues. It permeated the very essence of Roman art, fashion, and culture. But the bond was not merely one of admiration. It was a complex relationship that sometimes brewed tension. The Romans, ambitious and ever-expanding, sought to assert their identity while grappling with the shadows of their predecessors. They meticulously crafted their own pantheon of gods, blending Etruscan deities with their own, creating a fusion that reflected their evolving society. Jupiter, Mars, and Venus emerged, yet traces of the old gods lingered, reminding the Romans of their roots. In the midst of this cultural exchange, a flicker of rivalry ignited. The Etruscans, once the dominant power in Italy, began to feel the tremors of change. As Rome rose, so did the stakes. The Romans, emboldened by their newfound strength, sought to assert their place in history, a place often paved with the stones laid by the Etruscans. The tension crackled in the air, like a storm brewing on the horizon, as the two cultures danced a delicate ballet of admiration and competition. Yet, amid the shifting tides, one could still feel the enduring threads of connection that wove through their shared history. The Etruscans, in their wisdom and artistry, had gifted the Romans a legacy that shaped their very foundations. Every temple built, every ritual performed, was a testament to the intertwining of their destinies. The echoes of Etruscan chants still resonated in the streets of Rome, a reminder of the spiritual depth that once flowed through the Etruscan valleys. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the ruins, the shadows of the past whispered sweet nothings into the ears of the future. The stage was set for a new era, one where the Etruscan influence would continue to shape the tapestry of Roman religion and architecture, leading the way to monumental achievements that would resonate through the ages. The story was far from over. It was merely the beginning of an epic tale that would echo through time, where the heartbeat of one culture coursed endlessly into the veins of another, intertwining their fates forever. A thunderstorm rages in the heavens above, bolts of lightning illuminating the darkened sky. The air hums with an ancient power, a resonance that stirs the very fabric of existence. Below, in the hearts of mortals, a whisper grows, a name that has endured through the ages: Jupiter. This isn't merely a planet in the night sky. It's the embodiment of an idea, a force that has shaped stories and destinies from the dawn of civilization. In those early days, the Romans looked up and saw not just stars but deities. Jupiter, born from the primordial chaos, was more than a god. He was the king of gods, sitting atop a celestial throne with lightning in his grasp. His essence enveloped the entire Roman world, invoking both awe and fear. He was Jove to the Greeks, a deity who wielded power with a firm but sometimes merciful hand. The narratives surrounding him were intricate, filled with tales of love, betrayal, and divine justice. His mythology was the blood that coursed through the veins of the empire, binding people together in their reverence. The mythos of Jupiter was born from a tapestry of powerful stories, woven with threads of human emotion. One of the most poignant of these tales was that of his birth. Hidden in the shadows, the young Jupiter was saved from the tyrannical grasp of his father, Saturn, who devoured his own children out of fear of a prophecy. Rhea, his mother, placed him in a cave on the island of Crete, a sanctuary filled with the echoes of hope and desperation. As the infant Jupiter was nourished by the milk of a goat and protected by the very earth that would one day bow to him, a force of destiny began to unfold, shifting the balance of power and bringing forth a new era. As time flowed, Jupiter's rise was marked by a series of trials. The tales of his adventures became the lifeblood of the Roman culture. Many nights, families would gather around flickering flames, their faces aglow with the warmth of storytelling. They would speak of his fierce battles against the Titans, of how he wielded lightning as his weapon, a symbol of justice and retribution. The very sky would crackle with energy, as if Jupiter himself was listening, waiting for the stories to be told. Children would sit wide-eyed, their imaginations ignited by visions of a mighty deity who was not just a figure of power, but a champion of the people, a protector of the weak. Yet, even gods are not free from the burdens of love and loss. Jupiter loved fiercely, and his heart, though powerful, was often torn by desire. The story of his love for Europa, a stunning Phoenician princess, is etched in the annals of myth. Disguised as a magnificent white bull, he swept her away across the waves, a whirlwind of passion and adventure. The realm was set ablaze with gossip and awe as she became the mother of a new lineage. But with love came jealousy, and his many escapades with other mortals and divine beings. Callisto, Io, and others, woven with threads of envy and vengeance, spoke to the complexities of his character. Each union, each affair, carried the weight of betrayal, and yet, beneath the surface lay the desperate need for connection, to forge bonds amidst the chaos of existence. As the stories of Jupiter evolved, so did the fears and hopes of his followers. The Roman Empire, sprawling and mighty, found solace in the belief that their emperor was divinely chosen, a reflection of Jupiter himself. Victories in battle were celebrated as blessings from above. Defeats were seen as the wrath of the gods. The temples dedicated to Jupiter became the heart of the empire, towering pillars of stone that held aloft the stories of his strength and justice. The rituals, filled with vibrant colors and fervent prayers, echoed through the streets, lingering in the air like the sweet scent of incense, each offering a plea for protection and guidance. But not all stories were of light and triumph. With Jupiter came the inevitability of conflict, the clash of titans, both literal and metaphorical. The Titanomachy, a great war against the titans who sought to reclaim their throne, raged with an intensity that shook the very foundations of the world. Jupiter led the charge, his thunderous voice rallying the other gods, blending despair with a fierce determination. The battle was brutal, leaving scars that would last for eternity, a stark reminder of the cost of power. The heavens trembled, and the earth itself seemed to weep as the gods fought valiantly for supremacy. Each clash of swords and each cry of anguish connected the divine to the mortal realm, a stark reminder of the thin veil that separates their fates. Yet, even amidst the turmoil, Jupiter found moments of peace, a fleeting tranquility that would soon be disrupted. The stories of his wisdom, his role as a judge among gods and men, painted him as a figure of hope. When mortals strayed from their path, his guidance would shine like a beacon, illuminating the darkness. But was it truly wisdom or simply the weight of his own burdens? The tales reveal a god wrestling with his own identity, seeking to balance the scales of justice while grappling with the chaos that surrounded him. Each decision carved deeper lines in his heart, a testament to the sacrifices required of those who hold great power. As the Roman Empire faced its own decline, the myths of Jupiter began to shift yet again. No longer just a figurehead, he became a symbol of resilience. The people, desperate for hope, turned to their stories, clinging to the belief that Jupiter's strength could still guide them through the darkness. In their hearts, a flicker of faith remained, igniting a fire that refused to be extinguished. The echoes of Jupiter's tales would transcend time, surviving through centuries, whispering their truths to those willing to listen. His transition from Jove to Jupiter marked not just a change of name but a profound evolution of belief, a fusion of power and humanity that would resonate through the ages. His legacy, rich and complex, wove through cultures, adapting yet remaining steadfast, a reminder that even the mightiest of beings are shaped by love, loss, and the relentless march of time. And as the storm subsides and the stars begin to shimmer once more, Jupiter watches over the world, his story far from finished, a divine saga that continues to echo in the hearts of those who still dare to look up and dream. The sun dipped low over ancient Rome, its golden rays spilling like liquid fire across the forum, where echoes of laughter and debate lingered in the air like the scent of fresh bread. Amidst the bustling streets, one could feel the pulse of life, a heartbeat that resonated with the weight of history. But just beyond the daily cacophony lay a sacred space, a sanctuary where the very ground whispered tales of gods and men, the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus. Nestled atop the Capitoline Hill, this temple was not merely a structure of stone and marble. It was a symbol, a beacon of divine favor, the very axis around which the life of Rome rotated. From its lofty perch, the temple commanded a view of the city, a perspective that offered not just a glimpse of the people below, but also a connection to the celestial. Here, the Romans believed the divine mingled with the mortal, and every prayer uttered carried the weight of hope and fear, ambition and despair. Each step up the sacred stairs felt like a pilgrimage, with the air thickening with anticipation. Pilgrims and priests alike would ascend, their hearts pounding with the fervor of those seeking connection. They could imagine the flickering flames of altars along the path, casting dancing shadows that seemed to beckon them forward. The scent of incense mingled with the earthy aroma of the hill, creating a heady mix that ignited the senses. It was here, in this hallowed space, that destinies were changed and empires were influenced by the whispered words of supplication. The temple itself was a masterpiece, its columns standing proud and tall, each one a testament to the skill of Roman architects who dared to reach for the heavens. As the sun set, the stone glowed, radiating warmth as if imbued with the very essence of the gods. The facade, adorned with intricate carvings, depicted scenes of myth and glory, each relief telling a story that transcended time. The citizens of Rome would gather here, their faces lit by the fire of shared belief, drawn together by a common yearning for favor from the heavens. But the sanctity of this site was not merely an abstract idea. It was rooted in the land itself. The Capitoline Hill was believed to be the dwelling place of the gods, a sacred geography that shaped the very identity of Roman life. It was here that Romulus, the legendary founder of Rome, was said to have made his mark, drawing the city from chaos and into a semblance of order. The earth beneath the feet of worshippers was steeped in the blood of sacrifices, each offering a bridge between the mundane and the divine. The very soil resonated with prayers that had been offered for centuries, a layer of devotion that formed an unbreakable bond between the people and their belief. In the shadows of the temple, the whispers of high priests echoed, their voices a mix of authority and reverence. They moved like wraiths, clad in garments that swirled around them, their heads crowned with laurel wreaths that glinted in the fading light. The rituals performed here were more than mere tradition. They were lifelines, an unbroken chain that connected the present with the divine will of the gods. Each rite was laced with tension, an anticipation that crackled in the air, as if the very heavens were holding their breath, waiting for the moment when humanity would seek their favor. The sacred geography of Rome was woven with threads of power and spirituality, intertwining in a dance that echoed through time. The temple was the center, the heart that pulsed with life, but it was also surrounded by a landscape that spoke of omens and prophecies. The Tiber River flowed nearby, its waters a silent witness to the ebb and flow of history, carrying with it the hopes and fears of a civilization. It was said that the river held the secrets of the city, that its currents could reveal the fates of those who dared to listen. As the sun vanished beyond the horizon, the air grew thick with mystery. The temple's pillars cast long shadows, dark figures against the deepening blue of twilight. The flicker of torches lit the way for those who dared to approach, their flames dancing like spirits, illuminating faces filled with a mix of dread and excitement. This was no ordinary visit. It was a communion with the divine, a chance to alter the course of destiny itself. With each sacrifice laid upon the altar, the tension mounted. Would the gods grant their wishes, or would they turn away, leaving the supplicants with nothing but unanswered prayers? The crowd held its breath, the air electric with emotion. The priest lifted his hands, the golden laurel glimmering in the torchlight, and the moment hung suspended in time, a fragile thread connecting humanity to the infinite. This sacred geography was not just a backdrop. It was alive, pulsing with the stories of every soul that had ever sought solace or strength within its walls. Each stone, each whisper of wind, carried the weight of history, reminding the faithful that they were part of something greater, something eternal. In the silence that followed the prayers, one could almost hear the heartbeat of Rome itself, a rhythm that echoed the struggles, triumphs, and fears of its people. It was in this charged atmosphere that the legend of the temple would grow, its significance reaching far beyond the physical. The sacred geography of Rome, the very land upon which the city was built, would remain etched in the hearts of its citizens, a constant reminder that they were not alone, that they were watched over by the divine. The temple stood as a sentinel, a promise that the connection to the gods was as strong as the stone that formed its walls. As the night deepened, the temple became a silhouette against the starry sky, a beacon of hope and a symbol of the fragility of faith. The stories woven into its fabric were far from over. They were merely beginning to unfurl like the wings of a great eagle, ready to take flight into an uncertain future. The journey of belief, the quest for understanding, and the longing for connection would continue to shape the lives of Romans, each seeking their path along the sacred geography that defined their existence. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of Jupiter, the whispers of prayers filled the night air, carrying with them the hopes of generations, intertwining past and present, creating a tapestry of faith that would continue to resonate through the ages. The temple, a sacred anchor in a world of chaos, would forever stand as a testament to the enduring power of belief, a place where the earth met the divine, and where the human spirit sought to touch the heavens. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the bustling city. Stonemasons, clad in simple tunics, toiled under the watchful eyes of architects, their hands rough but skilled, as they shaped one of the most awe-inspiring structures ever conceived by human hands. The temple was not merely a building. It was a testament to human ingenuity, a place where earth met the divine in a breathtaking dance of light and shadow. As the intricate designs began to take form, a palpable tension filled the air. Each chisel strike resonated like a heartbeat, the rhythm of creation. For the architects, this was not just about bricks and mortar. It was the embodiment of their faith, their hopes, and their dreams. The weight of history hung heavy on their shoulders as they gazed upon sketches that captured the grandeur of a vision that would stand for centuries to come. The blueprint was a marvel of innovation, combining ancient techniques with fresh ideas. Arches soared gracefully into the heavens, their curves inviting the gaze upward, as if urging the observers to seek the divine. The use of columns, fluted and adorned with delicate carvings, added a sense of elegance, creating a breathtaking ballet of proportions and perspectives. These structures echoed the ancient wisdom of those who had come before, yet each element whispered promises of a new era of architectural splendor. But the true magic lay in the materials. Blocks of stone, harvested from quarries miles away, were more than mere building stones. They were history itself, each one a silent witness to the earth's story. The artisans, in their determination, infused each block with reverence, ensuring that the very spirit of the land was captured within the walls of the temple. They were not just building. They were weaving a tapestry of the past into the fabric of the future. As twilight approached, the flickering of torches illuminated the worksite, casting long shadows that danced across the scaffolding. The workers' laughter and chants mingled with the sound of hammer on stone, echoing through the night. It was a melody of unity and purpose, a communal heartbeat that resonated with the pulse of creation. But beneath the surface of this burgeoning excitement lurked uncertainty. What if the designs were flawed? What if the weight of tradition crushed their aspirations? Every day brought new challenges. As the walls rose higher, the architects faced the daunting prospect of ensuring stability without sacrificing beauty. They gathered in hushed circles, their brows furrowed, grappling with concepts that would push the limits of their craftsmanship. Ingenious solutions began to emerge. Buttresses that would counterbalance the soaring heights, intricate vaults that would create vast open spaces, and innovative techniques that would allow light to flood the inner sanctum. The first rays of dawn illuminated the temple's silhouette, revealing freshly crafted details that glimmered with the promise of a new day. The architects took a step back, their hearts racing with a mixture of pride and apprehension. Each curve, each line, seemed to pulse with life, whispering the countless stories that would unfold within its walls. Yet, in that moment of triumph, a shadow flickered at the edge of their minds, the ever-present fear of nature's wrath. Would an earthquake shatter their dreams? Would the heavens unleash torrents that would wash away their labor? The heavens seemed to mock their trepidation. For that very afternoon, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead. As the winds howled, the workers scurried like ants, securing loose stones and bracing themselves against the onslaught. It was a moment of raw emotion, the fear palpable in the air. But amidst the storm, a spark ignited within them, a fierce determination. They would not yield. They would rise to meet the challenge. With steadfast hands and unwavering spirit, they labored through the tempest, their resolve unbroken. The temple itself seemed to draw strength from their efforts, its stones standing resolutely against the fury of nature. There was a symbiotic relationship at play, an understanding that their creation was an extension of their souls, intertwined with their very being. As the rain poured down in sheets, the architects gathered, their faces illuminated by flashes of lightning. They spoke of their shared dreams, their hopes for a future that would be forever changed by this monumental endeavor. The temple was not simply a place of worship. It would stand as a beacon of resilience, a reminder that beauty could emerge from chaos, that faith could flourish amidst doubt. Days turned into weeks, and still, the work continued, a relentless pursuit of perfection. The artisans carved delicate motifs, symbols of hope, love, and devotion, into the stone, each stroke a prayer. The air grew thick with the scent of fresh plaster, mingling with the earthy aroma of the quarry. As they sculpted, the temple transformed into a narrative, a story etched in stone, waiting to be unveiled. The climax drew near, with the final touches being added. Excitement crackled through the air like electricity, an unspoken promise that reverberated among workers and architects alike. The great doors, crafted from ancient wood and adorned with intricate inlays, stood as the threshold between the earthly and the divine, poised to welcome pilgrims from far and wide. Yet, an unexpected silence fell over the sight. Workers paused, their hands stilled, as they gathered to witness the moment they had all been waiting for. With bated breath, they looked upon the temple, a symphony of architectural innovation, a culmination of dreams that had been forged in the fires of dedication and sacrifice. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue upon the stones, a sense of awe swept through the crowd. This was not just a building. It was a living testament to the indomitable spirit of humanity, a bridge between the mortal and the divine. The temple would forever stand as a reminder of what could be achieved when hearts and minds united to create something greater than themselves. But even as the first pilgrims approached, their hearts pounding with anticipation, whispers of impending change hung in the air, leaving the artisans to ponder what lay beyond the horizon, what stories were yet to be woven into the texture of this sacred space. The future beckoned, and the temple stood ready, its doors poised to swing open, welcoming all who sought its embrace. As the sun began its slow descent behind the horizon, casting a warm, golden hue across the ancient landscape, a palpable tension filled the air. The temple stood proudly, its towering walls gleaming in the fading light, an embodiment of faith and devotion. People gathered from far and wide, many with tears of joy glistening in their eyes, as they awaited a moment that would forever change their lives. A moment steeped in history and ritual. On this day, the temple's dedication was not merely a ceremony. It was a powerful declaration. The ground trembled with a mix of excitement and reverence as the crowd surged forward, eager to witness the age-old customs that had bound their ancestors together for generations. The air was thick with whispers of prayers and blessings, each voice weaving a tapestry of hope that wrapped around the temple like a guardian. A procession began, led by the high priest, adorned in flowing robes that shimmered like the evening stars. His presence commanded attention, and people fell silent, their hearts racing in anticipation. Behind him came musicians, their instruments echoing melodies that had been passed down through the ages, each note a heartbeat in the rhythm of devotion. The sound of drums resonated in the chests of the onlookers, shaking them to their core, stirring ancient memories and dreams. With every step closer to the temple, the weight of history hung heavily in the air. The people remembered their ancestors, the sacrifices they made, the prayers they uttered, the faith they held steadfastly. They could almost hear the echoes of old hymns, reverberating in the sacred space. Each person in the crowd carried a story, a piece of the temple within them, and today they would all lay their stories at its feet. As the high priest reached the temple's entrance, he raised his arms, and the crowd inhaled sharply, sensing the gravity of the moment. The rituals were about to begin. He called upon the gods, his voice resonating with authority, invoking blessings that would envelop them all. The air crackled with energy, and a hush fell, as though the very earth was listening. The first ritual involved the lighting of sacred flames, flickering torches that symbolized the divine presence. Flames danced brightly, casting shadows that flickered against the temple walls, creating a hauntingly beautiful spectacle. The scent of incense began to drift through the air, mingling with the crispness of the evening, a fragrant offering that filled the lungs and lifted the spirit. Each breath taken by the attendees felt like a prayer, a connection to something greater than themselves. Next, the high priest approached the altar, where offerings lay in neat arrangements: fruits, grains, and flowers, all vibrant and alive. With each item placed before the divine, a collective sigh of gratitude swept through the crowd. This was a moment of giving, of acknowledging the blessings in their lives. Children watched wide-eyed, absorbing the sacredness of the occasion, their innocent faces illuminated by the glow of the fire. Suddenly, the silence was pierced by the sound of a conch shell being blown, its deep, resonant call echoing through the valley like a divine summons. The crowd stirred, feeling the weight of anticipation as the high priest lifted his staff, ornate and ancient, signaling the beginning of the most sacred part of the ceremony. A powerful chant arose, reverberating through the hearts of the faithful, binding them together in a shared experience of spirituality and unity. As the chants grew louder, something extraordinary happened. The flames flickered wildly, as if responding to the voices of the people. Gasps erupted from the crowd, as many felt a warm presence wrapping around them, a sense of protection, love, and connection to their ancestors. It was a moment suspended in time, where the past and present collided, where the temple stood as a bridge between generations. With the chanting reaching a fever pitch, the high priest began to dance, his movements fluid and graceful, embodying the very essence of the divine. The crowd mirrored his energy, clapping and swaying, lost in the rhythm of the moment. It was a celebration of life, of faith, of every sacrifice made to reach this day. The emotions surged, tears flowing freely as joy and reverence intertwined. Then came the moment of anointing, where the high priest poured sacred oil over the temple's entrance, a ritual that represented purity and the divine blessing of new beginnings. The oil glistened in the fading light, a promise of protection, guidance, and hope. The crowd held their breath, knowing that once the oil touched the stone, the temple would be forever marked, forever sacred. With the last drop of oil falling, a wave of euphoria washed over the people. They erupted into cheers, their voices merging into a symphony of celebration that echoed across the hills. The sound enveloped them, wrapping around each individual like a warm embrace, lifting spirits higher, igniting a fire of faith that would burn brightly in their hearts. But as the festivities continued, a sudden hush fell over the crowd. A gentle breeze swept through the gathering, carrying with it an unexplainable chill. Eyes darted around, searching for an answer, a sign. The high priest's face shifted from joy to solemnity, sensing the shift in energy. It was a reminder that the path to devotion is not just paved with celebrations. It is also one of trials and tribulations. As the night deepened, the stars twinkled above, watching over the sacred assembly. The flickering flames continued to dance, casting ghostly shadows that seemed to whisper secrets from the past. The temple, now dedicated, stood strong yet vulnerable, a testament to the hopes of a community, a beacon guiding them through the darkness. And while the ceremony was far from over, the air was thick with the promise of more to come, more rituals, more stories waiting to unfold, intertwining the fates of all who dared to believe. In the flickering glow of torches, shadows danced across the grand temple dedicated to Jupiter Optimus Maximus, the most revered deity of ancient Rome. The air was thick with anticipation. The faithful gathered, their faces illuminated by the light, eyes gleaming with hope and fear in equal measure. They believed that their fates hinged upon the presence of their chief god, the mighty protector, the one who commanded thunder and ruled the skies. Jupiter stood tall in their hearts, an embodiment of power and justice, a figure of authority that loomed larger than life. Through him, the Romans found their strength, their direction. The laughter of children mingled with the solemn prayers of the elders, a symphony of devotion that echoed through time. Each prayer was a plea for protection, for guidance in troubled times, and for blessings to shower upon their families. From the founding of Rome, Jupiter had been at the forefront, a divine figure who not only governed the heavens, but also shaped the very destiny of the city. The Treaty of the Gods, an ancient pact, placed him as the guardian of Rome, ensuring that victory would always be at the fingertips of his chosen people. Battles were fought with his name on their lips, soldiers calling out to him, their voices rising above the clashing of swords. With every shout, The earth rumbled in resonance, as if Jupiter himself was responding, his power felt in every heartbeat. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the festival of Jupiter Optimus Maximus transformed the city into a dazzling spectacle. Flames from the sacrificial altars crackled, sending sparks into the night sky, and the sweet scent of incense wafted through the streets. The citizens of Rome, adorned in rich garments, paraded through the cobblestone streets, chanting hymns of praise. They believed that with every step, they attracted the attention of their god, weaving a tapestry of faith that enveloped the city in warmth and security. But amidst the vibrant celebrations, a sense of tension hung in the air, a whisper of uncertainty. The omens had shifted. Strange occurrences plagued the sky. The stars blinked in ways that sent chills down spines. Prophecies whispered of trials ahead. Would Jupiter's favor remain, or would he turn his back, leaving Rome vulnerable to the chaos of the world? In the temple, the priests chanted ancient verses, invoking the powerful deity with fervor, hoping their voices would pierce the heavens. Their robes fluttered like the wings of doves as they moved gracefully, each gesture a prayer, each word a promise. They spoke of Jupiter's might, recounting tales of his triumphs over chaos, of how he cast down titans and guided the Romans toward glory. Yet, even the priests felt the tremor of doubt that crept into their hearts, a troublesome thought. Was their god still listening? The night wore on, and the crowd's energy surged, a palpable force as they awaited the climax of the festivities. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the faces of the worshippers with a stark, white glow. Gasps filled the air. Children clung to their parents, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. Jupiter had responded. The thunder rolled, a deep growl that resonated within every soul present, a reminder of his omnipotence and the respect he commanded. As the moment drew near, the high priest stepped forward, a figure of unwavering resolve, ready to offer the ultimate sacrifice. A pristine white bull, a symbol of purity and devotion. The animal was led to the altar, its presence a testament to the faith of the people. Silence enveloped the crowd as they prayed for Jupiter to accept their offering, their hearts beating in unison. This was their moment, a connection to the divine that transcended time and space. In that charged atmosphere, a voice echoed from the shadows, a skeptic, one who questioned the power of the old gods. What if he does not hear us? What if we are but echoes in an empty chamber? The words hung in the air, heavy with doubt. But even as fear threatened to take root, the response was immediate. The sky roared once more, and a second flash of lightning illuminated the ceremonial bull, as if Jupiter himself had acknowledged the challenge. With the flick of a wrist, the high priest raised the ceremonial dagger, and with a quick, precise motion, he fulfilled the age-old ritual. Blood spilled onto the altar, a vivid red against the stark stone, a life given in hope of divine favor. The crowd gasped, the tension released like a coiled spring. They watched as the flames danced higher, consuming the offering, sending wisps of smoke skyward, a bridge between the human and the divine. In that moment, a palpable shift occurred in the atmosphere. The people felt a warmth wash over them, a reassurance that their God was present, that Jupiter Optimus Maximus would be their guiding light through the dark days ahead. Hope flickered like the flames around them, igniting hearts and fueling a collective spirit that would not be easily extinguished. Yet, as the ceremony continued and the air thickened with incense, a sense of unease lingered. The stories of Jupiter were filled with glory, but they also carried the weight of his wrath. He was not just a protector, he was a god of justice, and justice could be harsh. The balance of power was delicate, and the Romans were well aware that to provoke Jupiter would lead to dire consequences. The tension among the people reached a fever pitch, a reminder that their devotion could easily transform into fear. In the flickering shadows of the temple, the very fabric of Rome hung in the balance, woven tightly by threads of faith and fear. Jupiter remained silent for a moment, his presence a powerful force felt by all. The night was far from over, and the echo of the past mingled with the hopes for the future. Would they find favor in his eyes, or would the next storm bring forth a reckoning? The answer lay hidden in the stars, waiting for the dawn to break, illuminating the path ahead for the faithful and the doubters alike. In the flickering shadows of the Roman Senate, a figure stood tall, draped in a toga that billowed like a storm cloud. The air crackled with tension as whispers of loyalty and betrayal floated through the marble halls. This wasn't just any man. This was a leader, a general, a symbol of an empire's might. And behind him loomed the mighty temple, its grand columns reaching toward the heavens like fingers grasping for divine approval. This was more than stone and mortar. It was a testament to power, a silent roar proclaiming dominance over the city and its people. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the forum, the temple flickered to life with the warm glow of torches. It stood at the heart of the political landscape, a sentinel of authority. Citizens, clad in simple tunics, paused in their daily routines, their eyes drawn to this magnificent structure. It was not merely a place for worship. It was a stage where the drama of power unfolded. Senators would gather, their voices rising and falling like the tide, debating laws that would shape the very fabric of Roman life. The temple was their backdrop, a constant reminder of their duty to the gods and the people. Inside, the air was thick with incense, curling around statues of deities who seemed to watch with knowing eyes. The flickering flames danced across the faces of marble gods, their expressions set in stoic grandeur. To the Roman populace, these figures were more than mere representations. They embodied the essence of authority itself. When a senator stood before the altar, offering sacrifices, the connection was palpable. The prayers uttered were not just for the favor of the gods. They were a public declaration of loyalty, binding the leaders to their divine purpose and the citizens to their leaders. The temple served as both a sanctuary and a battleground. Political factions would rally their supporters beneath its grand arches, each one vying for the favor of the gods and the people. The sight of rival leaders exchanging fiery words beneath the towering columns stirred the hearts of onlookers. The tension was electric, each clash of rhetoric igniting passions that could lead to unrest. In these moments, the temple transformed into a cauldron of ambition and desire, where alliances were forged and shattered, often with dire consequences. The rituals held within its sacred walls were not merely acts of devotion. They were carefully orchestrated displays of power, designed to impress and intimidate. The sound of marching feet echoed across the marble floors as priests, adorned in elaborate robes, conducted ceremonies with meticulous precision. Each gesture was calculated, each chant imbued with a weight that resonated throughout the space. The citizens, watching in awe, were reminded that their leaders were not just men. They were chosen by the gods, guardians of the empire's destiny. As the political landscape shifted, so too did the symbolism of the temple. When Julius Caesar returned from his conquests, he transformed the very essence of power associated with it. No longer just a place of worship, it became a stage for his own glorification. The temple became a symbol of his legacy, a monument to his triumphs, and, in some ways, his hubris. The people hailed him as a demigod, and the temple echoed with their cheers, amplifying the intoxicating power he wielded. But within the shadows, whispers of dissent grew louder, warning of the fragility of such authority. The temple's influence extended beyond its walls, seeping into the very streets of Rome. Buildings rose in its shadow, adorned with inscriptions that paid homage to the gods and the state. The mere sight of the temple inspired loyalty, yet also fear. For those who dared to oppose the ruling class, the consequences were dire. Executions and public displays of punishment took place against the backdrop of this revered structure, a chilling reminder that rebellion would not be tolerated. The temple, then, was not only a symbol of unity. It was a tool of control, a means to keep the populace in line, their hearts beating in sync with the rhythm of authority. In times of crisis, the temple became a refuge. When invasions threatened the empire, leaders sought solace beneath its towering columns, praying for divine intervention. The very walls seemed to hum with the weight of their supplications, the flickering candles casting shadows that danced like restless spirits. In those moments of vulnerability, the temple served as a powerful reminder that even the mightiest rulers were at the mercy of fate. The people, witnessing their leaders kneel before the gods, felt a surge of hope mixed with fear. Would divine favor bestow protection, or was it merely a facade to mask the chaos of their reality? Yet, as the empire expanded, the temple's role evolved. With each victory, the boundaries of Rome stretched further, and the temple became a beacon of Roman identity. It stood as a testament to the reach of their power, its influence felt in distant lands. Soldiers returning from conquests would gaze upon its majestic structure with pride, their hearts swelling with a sense of belonging to something greater than themselves. The temple was a constant, a symbol of the unyielding spirit of Rome that would not be extinguished. But as the tides of time shifted, even the most formidable symbols can falter. The temple, once a bastion of strength, began to show signs of wear. New ideologies emerged, challenging the very foundations upon which it was built. The voices of the people, once fervent in their devotion, began to waver. The political games played beneath its arches revealed cracks in the facade of unity, and the once revered space echoed with uncertainty. The air thickened with tension, as old alliances crumbled and new ones took shape. The temple, once a powerful symbol of authority, now stood as a reminder of the transient nature of power. The flickering torches cast shadows that danced in the corners, whispering secrets of both glory and impending doom. As the sun set on the crumbling pillars, the stage was set for a new era. The echoes of power morphed into something deeper, something that would forever change the landscape of Rome. And as the final rays of sunlight faded, a new chapter loomed on the horizon, one that would test the very essence of authority itself. The temple, still steadfast, waited in silence, its columns bearing witness to the unfolding drama of an empire on the brink. In the flickering light of the ancient Roman Forum, a crowd buzzes with energy, their voices rising and falling like waves against the shore. Among them stands a man, adorned in white and gold, his presence as commanding as the thunderclouds that loom overhead. This is no ordinary figure. He is the Pontifex Maximus, the High Priest of Rome, a bridge between the divine and the earthly, a custodian of sacred traditions that have endured through centuries. As he raises his hands, silence washes over the assembly like a cleansing rain, and all eyes are fixated on him, heartbeats synchronized in shared anticipation. The role of the Pontifex Maximus is not merely a title. It is a mantle cloaked in the weight of responsibility. His authority stretches across the vast reaches of both religion and state, intertwining the fates of ordinary citizens with the will of the gods. The Romans believed that their very existence hinged on the favor of these unseen powers. Without the rituals and sacrifices performed by the Pontifex Maximus, chaos could erupt, and the delicate balance upon which their society relied would shatter like glass. As he stands there, he embodies the pulse of a civilization, breathing life into the hopes and fears of a people. The Pontifex Maximus is a master of sacred rites, his every gesture steeped in meaning. From the moment he rises at dawn, his day is a procession of rituals that maintain the favor of the deities. He oversees the Vestal Virgins, those holy women tasked with keeping the flame of Vesta alive, a symbol of the city's eternal life. They are young, chosen for their purity, and they look to him with a mix of reverence and fear, knowing that their devotion is as crucial as his. The air crackles with tension as he offers prayers on behalf of the city, whispering words that weave through the fabric of fate itself, invoking protection against the capricious whims of fortune. But the role of the Pontifex Maximus is not merely one of serene devotion. It is a position fraught with peril and intrigue, as political power often casts a long shadow over spirituality. The high priest navigates a labyrinth of alliances and betrayals, where the divine and the earthly collide in a dance of ambition. Senators, seeking to elevate their status, often manipulate religious sentiment, calling upon the Pontifex Maximus to bless their endeavors. This precarious balance keeps him constantly on guard, for a misstep could lead not only to personal ruin, but also to the wrath of the gods. The tension rises as the festival of Lupercalia approaches, a raucous celebration steeped in ancient tradition and fervor. The masses, eager and restless, gather in anticipation of the wild, uninhibited displays that will soon unfurl. Amid the excitement, the Pontifex Maximus feels the weight of his dual authority, spiritual guide and political player. As the day of the festival dawns, he finds himself standing at the crossroads of faith and governance, tasked with ensuring that the celebration honors the gods while also keeping the crowd in check. A sudden shout pierces the air, igniting the crowd's fervor. Young men clad in skins of goats leap into the fray, brandishing whips to drive away evil spirits and usher in fertility for the year ahead. The Pontifex Maximus watches, heart pounding, knowing that the energy of the crowd can quickly turn volatile. He steps forward, raising his arm once again, his voice booming with authority. Let this day be marked by joy and devotion. Let the blessings of the gods shower upon us. The crowd roars in response, a living entity of emotion, their adulation feeding the very fabric of Roman identity. Yet, in this sea of celebration, murmurs of dissent begin to ripple. A faction of dissenters, disillusioned by the corruptions of power, threatens to disrupt this sacred moment. They question the legitimacy of the Pontifex Maximus, arguing that his ties to the state taint the purity of his priestly office. The tension is palpable, a storm brewing beneath the surface of ecstatic revelry. The Pontifex Maximus knows that he must act swiftly, for the gods do not look kindly upon a divided city. With a heavy heart, he approaches the dissenters, a gesture of humility mixed with authority. "I am but a servant of the divine," he declares, his voice steady but laced with emotion. "I stand here not for myself, but for the prosperity of Rome and the favor of the gods. Together, let us unite in this moment of celebration, for the heavens watch us closely." The words hang in the air, a fragile thread attempting to bind the divided factions. Will they listen, or will they let anger and division spill over the boundaries of their united faith? As the sun dips below the horizon, casting an amber glow across the forum, the tension hangs thick like the humidity before a storm. The Pontifex Maximus feels the eyes of his people upon him, their hopes and fears intermingling in an electrifying current. He knows that the choices he makes today will echo through time, shaping not just the present but the very future of Rome. Just as the festival reaches its zenith, the atmosphere shifts. The air grows heavy with unspoken words, and the Pontifex Maximus senses the weight of divine judgment looming over him. With the stakes higher than ever, he prepares to take the next step that could either heal the rift or plunge the city into chaos. And in that moment, with the tension soaring and the hearts of a vast empire beating as one, he realizes that the role of the Pontifex Maximus is not just about wielding authority. It is about understanding the pulse of the people, the whispers of the gods, and the ever-complicated dance that binds them together in the fragile tapestry of existence. The night is still young, and the shadows are gathering, hinting at challenges yet to come as the Pontifex Maximus stands on the precipice of destiny, poised to step into the unknown. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the bustling streets of ancient Rome. The air buzzed with a mix of excitement and trepidation as Romans from all walks of life prepared for the most significant festival of the year, the Ludi Romani. Throngs of people filled the forum, their faces lit with anticipation, the scent of roasted meats and sweet wine wafting through the crowd. Children, with faces painted in vibrant colors, darted between the stalls, while elders exchanged stories of gods and heroes, their voices rising above the cacophony. Beneath the grand, marble temples dedicated to Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, the sacred rituals began. Priests, cloaked in flowing garments, moved among the people, their chants echoing like whispered secrets. With every sacrifice, a flicker of hope danced in the hearts of those who believed that the gods would smile upon them. The Ludi Romani was not just a festival. It was a promise of protection, prosperity, and the continuation of a legacy that tied each Roman to their divine ancestry. As day turned to dusk, the amphitheater came alive. The roar of the crowd surged like a wave crashing against the shore. Gladiators entered the arena, their faces masked in determination and fear, Each clash of swords rang out like thunder, sending shivers down spines. The tension was palpable. Would they cheer for the victor or mourn the fallen? With every blow, the audience held their breath, united in a primal dance of life and death. Here, in this sacred space, the echoes of valor and sacrifice reverberated, weaving a tapestry of fate that united the living and the departed. Days turned into nights filled with fire and music, the sound of flutes and drums swelling through the city like a heartbeat. The Ludi Romani was an explosion of joy, a momentary escape from the daily struggles of life. It was a time when the line between mortal and divine blurred, and revelers believed that their laughter could reach the stars. The streets were alive with parades, flamboyant costumes, and the intoxicating rhythm of dance. People tossed flowers into the air, showering each other with petals as if to bless the very ground they walked upon. But within this joyous chaos, shadows lurked. Whispers of misfortune and ill omens spread like wildfire. Some claimed that the gods were displeased, a notion that shifted the atmosphere from jubilation to unease. There were murmurs about failed harvests and a strange illness that had struck the outskirts of the city. Those who dared to speak of such things were hushed quickly, their voices drowned out by the exuberance of the crowd. Yet, as the festival raged on, an undercurrent of fear tainted the celebrations, leaving a lingering chill behind the masks of laughter. Among the revelers was a young woman named Aurelia, whose heart swelled with hope but trembled with uncertainty. She watched the performers, her eyes alight with wonder, but her thoughts lingered on the tales of the ancient gods, their capricious nature, and the fragility of human existence. With every cheer for the gladiators, she felt the sharp edge of fate hovering close, ready to strike when least expected. As she moved through the streets, the vibrant colors of the festival blurred, leaving a haunting image of beauty intertwined with the cycle of life and death. The Ludi Romani was a celebration of the gods, but it was also a reminder of the thin veil between joy and sorrow. With each passing day, the festivities grew more elaborate, culminating in the grand procession where chariots adorned with flowers and statues of deities paraded through the city. Citizens lined the streets, their hearts full, but their eyes betrayed a flicker of anxiety. What would happen when the celebrations ended? Would the gods continue to bless Rome, or would they turn away, leaving the people to navigate the storm alone? As Aurelia stood on the sidelines, she felt a deep longing within her, a yearning for connection to something greater. She glanced at the Temple of Jupiter, its towering columns casting long shadows over the revelry. In that moment, she understood that each festival, each celebration, was not simply an act of worship but a call to unity, a plea for the gods to acknowledge their existence. The Romans came together in laughter and sorrow, seeking solace amid uncertainty, hoping that their devotion would not go unnoticed. With the final day of the Ludi Romani approaching, the tension in the air thickened. The city buzzed with anticipation, but beneath the surface lay a current of anxiety that threatened to spill over. Some sought guidance from oracles, desperate to hear words of reassurance. Others turned to the stars, seeking answers in the night sky. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a deep crimson glow, Aurelia felt the weight of her ancestors pressing upon her shoulders. They had celebrated and suffered, thrived and faltered, forever caught in the embrace of the gods. The culmination of the Ludi Romani was marked by a grand sacrifice, a ritual that brought the community together in prayer and reverence. As the high priest raised his hands to the heavens, the crowd fell into a hush, the air electric with expectation. Every heart beat as one, and for a moment, time stood still. They were all participants in something profound, a shared experience that transcended their individual lives, a reminder that they were part of a grand story woven by the gods themselves. But as the flames flickered and sacrifices were made, the unease grew. In the distance, ominous clouds gathered, mirroring the turmoil in the hearts of the people. The gods watched with eyes that saw all, and the cries of the faithful filled the air, mingling with the scent of offerings. The line between joy and despair, celebration and mourning, was ever so fragile, like a thread waiting to snap. And just as the final moments of the festival promised to carry the spirit of Rome into the next season, a sudden darkness loomed over the city. A chill swept through the crowd as if the very gods themselves were holding their breath. Would the laughter of the festival turn to cries of despair? Would the bonds forged in celebration fray under the weight of fate? In this moment, with hearts racing and spirits intertwined, the Romans clung to hope, offering their prayers to the heavens, yearning to believe that the tapestry of their lives would continue to be woven with strands of love, laughter, and unyielding faith. The air was thick with tension as soldiers lined up under the shadow of the Grand Temple, its marble columns gleaming under the midday sun, a symbol of power and piety intertwined. The clash of metal echoed in the distance, but here, in this sacred space, the world seemed to pause. Each soldier, clad in shining armor, felt the weight of history upon his shoulders, a reminder of what was at stake, not just for himself, but for the very heartbeat of the empire. At the center of this sacred ground, the altar stood, its surface marked by countless rituals. Here, offerings were made to the gods, a practice that connected the mortal realm with the divine. The soldiers would gather, their hearts pounding with anticipation, each seeking the favor of the deities before heading into battle. They whispered prayers, their voices barely audible over the rustling of the leaves and the distant sounds of preparation. The temple was not just a place of worship. It was a powerful ally in the face of impending conflict. As the centurion raised his hand, silence fell over the gathering. The soldiers straightened, eyes focused on their leader, who embodied both authority and reverence. The familiar chant began, a rhythm that had been passed down through generations, echoing the prayers of those who once stood in the same spot. Mars, grant us strength. Venus, protect our souls. Each name invoked carried with it the hopes and fears of men who looked to the heavens for guidance. The chant grew louder, a wave of emotion that surged through the ranks, igniting a sense of unity among them. But amidst this fervor, a young soldier named Tiberius felt the churning of his stomach. He was new to the army, fresh from the fields of his village. As he stood there, surrounded by seasoned veterans, he couldn't shake the feeling of insignificance. The temple towered above him, a reminder of the god's might, and he wondered if his prayers would even reach them. With every heartbeat, the thought gnawed at him. What if he fell in battle? Would his name be forgotten, lost to the annals of time? Just then, a flash of movement caught his eye. A priest, draped in flowing robes, approached the altar, holding a sacrificial knife that glinted menacingly in the sunlight. The air thickened with anticipation, a mixture of dread and hope. The priest raised the knife high, calling for the god's attention. The soldiers held their breath as he began the ritual, an ancient dance that had been performed countless times before, each gesture steeped in meaning. Tiberius watched, entranced, as the priest's words wove a tapestry of invocation, drawing the very essence of the divine into their midst. As the ritual unfolded, the scent of incense filled the air, mingling with the earthy smell of the ground. The soldiers closed their eyes, the weight of the moment crashing upon them like waves. They could feel the energy shift, an invisible thread linking the temple to the army. It was as if the gods themselves were watching, waiting for their offerings of courage and loyalty. Tiberius could almost hear the whispers of the ancestors, urging him to stand tall, to prove himself worthy of the legacy they had forged. Then, with a sudden flourish, the knife descended, blood flowing onto the altar, an offering to Mars, the god of war. The soldiers erupted into cheers, their voices rising like a battle cry. In that moment, Tiberius felt a surge of emotion. The fear that had gripped him loosened its hold. He was part of something larger than himself, a framework of sacrifice that connected every soldier back to the very roots of Roman power. The priests moved among the soldiers, anointing their foreheads with sacred oil. Each touch was a blessing, a way to fortify the warriors against the horrors they would face. Tiberius felt the cool oil against his skin, a sensation that spread warmth through his veins. It was a reminder that he was not alone. As the priest whispered words of encouragement, Tiberius straightened his back, feeling the rising tide of bravery swell within him. Moments later, a horn sounded in the distance. A clear, sharp note that echoed through the valley. It was the call to arms, a sound that sent shivers down every spine. The soldiers knew it all too well. They had trained for this moment, but now, standing before the temple, there was an electric charge in the air. The gods had granted their blessings, but the reality of battle loomed large. With a final glance at the temple, Tiberius felt a resolved determination blossom in his chest. He could see the faces of his comrades, warriors molded by fire and blood, and he knew he had to fight not just for his life, but for theirs as well. They were bound together by shared rituals, by the sacred bond of the temple, and by the promise of glory that awaited them at the end of their journey. The soldiers began to move, a collective force marching forward, their hearts pounding in rhythm with each step. The temple receded behind them, its presence still felt in the air. Tiberius stole one last glance, the marble columns now a mere silhouette against the setting sun. He could almost hear the echo of the prayers that filled that hallowed ground, their hopes woven into the fabric of the empire. Whatever awaited them on the battlefield, he knew they carried the strength of the temple within them. The clash of swords and the roar of men faded in as they approached the front lines. Adrenaline coursed through Tiberius's veins. The bitter taste of fear mingled with the sweet scent of resolve. He could not turn back. The lessons of the temple had been etched into his very soul. He was a soldier of Rome now, and the gods had paved his path with blessings. With every heartbeat, he felt the weight of history behind him and the promise of honor ahead. The battle was upon them, a storm that would test each man's courage. Tiberius charged forward, the temple's blessing guiding his every move, a living testament to the sacred bond between the warriors of the Roman army and the gods they honored. The battlefield awaited, and with it, the next chapter of their saga. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced across the walls, cast by flickering candles that whispered stories of ancient times. The air was thick with the scent of aged stone and the weight of history, a silent witness to the artistry of a distant past. Here, in this sacred space, the sculptures and reliefs of Jupiter stood as monumental testaments to humanity's quest for the divine. Each piece, carved with painstaking precision, seemed to breathe a life of its own, inviting every onlooker to step closer, to feel the pulse of an era long gone. Glistening marble gleamed softly, the light catching intricate details that told tales of gods and mortals, power and reverence. Jupiter, the king of the gods, was not merely an image frozen in time. He was a presence, a force that demanded respect and invoked awe. His sculptures towered with authority, every muscle sculpted to perfection, embodying strength and wisdom. The chisels had bit deep into the stone, but the heart of each figure seemed to beat with an eternal life force, as if the very essence of divinity was captured in their form. Among the most striking of these works was the colossal statue of Jupiter, a figure so commanding that one could hardly look upon it without feeling a shiver run down their spine. It stood proudly, draped in robes that flowed like water, each fold expertly crafted to give the impression of movement. The face, stern yet compassionate, held a gaze that could pierce through the veil of time, demanding the attention of all who dared to stand before it. The eyes, crafted with such detail, sparkled with the wisdom of ages, revealing both the benevolence and the fury that this powerful deity could wield. Around this statue, reliefs adorned the walls, each telling a story, weaving a tapestry of myth and legend. A battle scene depicted the clash between Jupiter and the Titans, their fierce expressions frozen in a moment of triumph and despair. The muscles tightened in the figures, conveying raw emotion, fear, bravery, and an unyielding spirit. The viewer could almost hear the thunder of hooves, the clash of swords, and the earth trembling beneath the weight of their struggle. It was as if the cries of the warriors echoed through the chamber, a haunting reminder of the eternal battle between good and evil. As one ventured deeper into this artistic sanctuary, the walls revealed even more extraordinary tales. A relief depicted the moment Jupiter transformed into a magnificent bull, a gesture of love and seduction towards the mortal beauty Europa. The artist had captured the essence of desire and enchantment, the way the bull's powerful form radiated strength while simultaneously inviting trust. The delicate curves of Europa's body were sculpted with an intimate understanding of beauty, her expression a mix of intrigue and trepidation. The tension between the two figures spilled off the stone, filling the air with an electric charge that left onlookers breathless. Not far from this enchanting scene, another relief told the story of Jupiter's wrath. Here, he unleashed his thunderbolts upon those who dared to defy him. The fury etched into the faces of both gods and mortals was palpable, the chaos of the scene a whirlwind of energy. One could feel the heat of his rage, the urgency of desperation as characters were caught in the crossfire of divine justice. Each detail, the swirling clouds, the crackling lightning, the anguished expressions, communicated a drama that transcended time itself. In this sanctuary of stone, the stories flowed like a river, intertwining and overlapping, creating a rich tapestry of human experience. The reliefs not only depicted the might of Jupiter but also his moments of vulnerability. A tender scene showed Jupiter cradling the infant Hercules, his expression softening into one of love and protection. In that moment, he was not just a god but a father, the weight of the world momentarily lifted as he embraced the future. The audience could feel the warmth radiating from the stones, the emotions so expertly carved that they seemed to pulse with life. As visitors stood mesmerized, a sense of connection washed over them, a realization that these ancient artists had poured their very souls into their work. The sweat of their brows, the fire of their passion, the whispers of their dreams, all captured in the strokes of their chisels. The reliefs and sculptures of Jupiter were not merely representations of a god but reflections of the human condition itself. They embodied the struggle for greatness, the quest for love, and the ceaseless desire for understanding among the chaos of existence. And just when one thought they had seen all that this artistic heritage had to offer, a small, unassuming relief caught the eye. It depicted the moment of Jupiter's birth, an event that was more than a historical footnote. The relief showed a universe in chaos, the elements swirling together, and from that tumult, Jupiter emerged. His figure was smaller, less defined, yet there was an undeniable spark in the sculptor's work. It was a reminder that even the mightiest of gods had origins, a journey that began in the shadows before rising to the light. The emotional depth within these artworks drew in all who gazed upon them, creating an unbreakable bond between the past and present. The viewer was enveloped in a world where mythology breathed, where they could almost hear the whispers of ancient worshippers who had knelt before these same figures, their hearts filled with faith and longing. As the candlelight flickered gently, illuminating the intricate details of each sculpture, it became clear that the artistic heritage of Jupiter was not simply a collection of stone. It was a living, breathing testament to the human spirit. The stories carved into the surfaces whispered timeless truths about love, power, and the complexities of life. And just beyond the sculptures, another world awaited. An encore of history that would beckon the soul into an even deeper exploration of the divine and the mortal, drawing them further into the labyrinth of time where art and mythology intertwined seamlessly. The boundaries of reality began to blur, and the audience found themselves yearning for more, the hunger for knowledge igniting a fire within them that could not be extinguished. In the flickering light of the temple's sacred fire, a crowd gathered, their faces a tapestry of hope and desperation. The smell of incense hung heavily in the air, mingling with whispers of divine will and mortal ambition. Here, at the ancient temple of Jupiter, the pulse of the Roman Empire throbbed with a strength that could silence even the most defiant hearts. It was a place where the ethereal and the earthly danced together, where the god's will was believed to shape the very laws by which men governed their lives. As the high priest raised his hands, the thrumming sound of the crowd faded, replaced by a hush that enveloped the stone columns like a shroud. The flickering flames reflected in his eyes like stars trapped in a mortal gaze. "Let us seek guidance," he proclaimed, the weight of tradition infusing each word. The crowd leaned in eager, their anxieties etched on their brows, as the temple's influence began to seep into their very bones. The fervor of these moments, charged with spirituality, cast a spell that transcended mere belief, It became a force that shaped the foundation of Roman law. In this sacred space, where the divine and the human intertwined, the concept of justice was crafted with reverence. The temple stood not merely as a religious site but as a bastion of moral authority, dictating the course of governance. The laws of Rome were steeped in the idea that they emanated from the will of the gods, a divine mandate that gave them life. The 12 Tables, the earliest codification of Roman law, echoed the temple's principles, merging piety with civic duty. Those etched letters were like a heartbeat, resonating through the alleys and forums of Rome, setting the tone for every legal decision made, every dispute resolved. It was here, amidst the incense and prayers, that the concept of ius, the foundational idea of law, began to take shape. Ancient Romans believed that to stray from the path of divine will was to invite chaos into society. Thus, the temple became a cradle for legal thought, nurturing the belief that laws were sacred and inviolable. With each passing day, the authority of the temple intertwined more deeply with that of the state, creating a bond that would both elevate and challenge the very essence of governance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that danced eerily on the temple walls, the tension in the air thickened. Senators, adorned in their white togas, would often find themselves kneeling before the altar, seeking divine favor before making critical decisions that would affect thousands. The sacrifices made at the temple were not just offerings but a plea for wisdom, a way to ensure that the laws they enacted would align with fate's design. Yet the temple's influence extended beyond mere rituals. It shaped the character of Roman leaders themselves. The great Julius Caesar, a man of ambition and brilliance, understood the power of the temple. He wrapped himself in the aura of divine approval, often claiming descent from the gods themselves. His every decree was draped in the fabric of the temple's authority, blending his will with that of the divine. This cunning manipulation of faith and law created a duality that would come to define the very nature of governance in Rome. But as the gods peered down from their celestial thrones, they also watched the ambition of men with a wary eye. The temple's influence came with a price. The lawmakers, intoxicated by power, sometimes crossed lines that the divine never intended. The very laws designed to protect the republic could, in the wrong hands, become tools of oppression. Corruption seeped into the cracks of power like water through stone, threatening to drown the sacred ideals that the temple had once nurtured. In a dramatic turn of events, the temple found itself at the center of a storm. A faction of disillusioned citizens, their lives crushed beneath the weight of unjust laws, began to question the divine connection between temple and state. They rallied outside the temple, their voices rising in a furious crescendo, echoing off the marble columns. "We are not pawns," they cried, calling for justice, demanding a return to the virtues the temple had once espoused. Stirrings of rebellion crackled in the air, igniting a fire that could no longer be ignored. And so, amid the echoes of fervent protests, a group of reformers emerged. They devoted themselves to re-examining the sacred laws birthed from the temple's influence. They sought to peel back the layers of corruption, yearning to restore a sense of purpose that had been obscured by greed and ambition. With scrolls brimming with ideas, they gathered under the watchful gaze of the temple, their hearts beating with a shared resolve. The temple's influence was a double-edged sword, and they were prepared to wield it with care. The winds of change swept through Rome, and the temple stood at the axis of this tumultuous time. In the flickering light, secrets long buried began to surface. The clash between the sacred and the secular had never felt so urgent, the stakes never higher. Each decision made within those hallowed walls rippled through society, sparking a debate that would echo through the ages. The very fabric of Roman governance hung in the balance, with the temple and its teachings serving as both guide and battleground. As night enveloped the city, the temple glowed like a beacon, illuminating the path ahead. The air crackled with tension and possibility, as the ancient stones whispered tales of glory and betrayal. Could the temple continue to fulfill its role as the moral compass of Rome, or would it succumb to the relentless tide of human ambition? The flickering flames within seemed to pulse with a life of their own, a promise of revelations yet to come, and the hearts of all who stood before it quickened with anticipation. The future of Roman law and governance lay tantalizingly close, waiting to be shaped by the hands of those who dared to dream. The sun dipped low over the ancient city, casting long shadows that danced across the stone-paved streets. The air was heavy with the scent of sacrifice, of incense wafting through the market, mingling with the cries of merchants hawking their wares. At the heart of this bustling scene stood the temple, a magnificent structure that loomed like a guardian over the people. It was not just a place of worship. It was the epicenter of political intrigue, where the Senate played a crucial role in the affairs of the sacred. Whispers of power swirled like the smoke from the burning offerings. Senators, draped in their flowing robes, strode through the temple gates, each step echoing with authority. They were not mere politicians. They were stewards of the divine, wielding influence that went beyond earthly matters. The Senate had a hand in everything, from the selection of priests to the allocation of resources meant for the upkeep of the temple. Their decisions could bless or curse, lead to prosperity or despair. Inside the temple, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The high priest, a man revered for his piety and wisdom, stood before the gathered senators, his voice steady yet filled with an underlying tension. The Senate meeting was called to address a crisis. Rumors had spread like wildfire of a drought threatening the region, roiling fears of famine. The people looked to the temple for hope, and the senators knew that their choices would either strengthen or shatter that hope. As the high priest spoke of prayers and rituals, a senator rose, his face taut with urgency. "What good are our prayers if we do not act? The people need food, and they need it now." His words hung in the air, electrifying the atmosphere. The murmurs of agreement rippled through the assembly, but not all were ready to act. Another senator, his voice smooth and calculated, countered, "We must not be hasty. Sacrifices, offerings. These rituals must guide our decisions." The tension in the room thickened. Each senator knew that the balance of faith and duty rested on their shoulders. The temple's wealth was vast, yet its management was a labyrinth of power plays and alliances. Every decision made within those sacred walls rippled outward, affecting the lives of thousands. The Senate had to navigate this delicate web, ensuring that their actions aligned with the desires of the gods while also responding to the cries of the people. In the shadows of the temple, a young priestess listened intently, her heart racing. She had witnessed the struggles of her community, the children with hollow eyes, the families gathered around empty tables. As the senators debated, she felt a surge of determination course through her veins. She had been taught that the gods listened to the faithful, but now she questioned whether the Senate truly understood the weight of their decisions. Gathering her courage, she stepped forward, her voice barely above a whisper at first. "What if we combine our efforts? The prayers and the actions can coexist. We can lead the people, but we must also feed them." Her words pierced through the heated debate, and silence fell over the room. Senators turned to face her, their expressions a mixture of surprise and intrigue. In that moment, she felt the power of the temple, the power of hope rising within her. The high priest nodded slowly, contemplating her suggestion. It was a spark, a glimmer of potential that could unite the Senate's authority and the people's need. But the moment was fleeting. The calculated senator, sensing the shift, interjected, "We must not forget our traditions. The gods demand our respect, our adherence to the old ways. To act without their blessing is to court disaster." His voice resonated with the weight of history, yet in his heart, he knew that stubbornness could lead to ruin. The young priestess watched him, her heart beating fiercely, sensing that the Senate's fear of change stemmed from a deeper fear, the fear of losing control. As the debates raged on, the sun dipped lower, casting streaks of crimson across the sky. Outside, the people gathered, their faces turned toward the temple, eyes filled with hope and desperation. They were waiting for answers, for a sign that their leaders understood their plight. The Senate, locked in a swirling tempest of opinions and strategies, seemed oblivious to the growing unease that buzzed like electricity in the air. The high priest finally stood again, raising his hands for silence. "We cannot allow the gods' gifts to be squandered. A decision must be made, and it must reflect not only our traditions but our responsibility to the people. His voice was a thunderclap, demanding attention, and for a moment, the room stood still, caught in the gravity of his words. The senators exchanged glances, the weight of the moment settling in. With emotions running high and the stakes rising, each senator felt the burden of their legacy pressing down on them. Would they emerge as heroes, or would they be remembered as leaders who turned their backs in a time of need? The debate shifted from mere logistics to something more profound, a question of morality and leadership. The young priestess felt the encroaching shadows of doubt, but she pushed forward. We are chosen to serve both the gods and the people. If we allow fear to dictate our actions, we do a disservice to both. Her voice rang out, clearer this time, resonating with a truth that no one could ignore. And just like that, the pendulum of power swung. The Senate found itself at a crossroads. The age of tradition faced the age of change, and the temple stood as the battleground. The flickering flames of the sacred altar seemed to pulse in rhythm with the growing tension. The fate of the region and the lives of countless souls hung in the balance, and the Senate held the key. As the sun vanished completely, the temple's shadow loomed larger, enveloping the room in darkness. Outside, the throng of people murmured, their faith teetering on the edge. Would their leaders rise to the occasion, or would they let their fears eclipse the hope that filled the air? The choices made within those walls would echo through history, weaving the fabric of a community's resilience or its demise. The senators exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a tumult of emotions: fear, uncertainty, yet beneath it all, a flicker of hope. The high priest, the voice of the divine, stood ready to guide them toward a decision that would resonate beyond the temple, rippling through the lives of all who looked up to it. In that charged moment, the past collided with the present, and the future hung in the balance, waiting to be forged by their hands. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows over the bustling streets of ancient Rome. It was a city alive with ambition, where the air crackled with the energy of power plays and whispered promises. In the center of it all stood the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus, its towering columns reaching toward the heavens, a silent witness to the political maneuvering that unfolded within its sacred halls. The temple was not just a place of worship. It was a stage for the grand drama of the Roman Republic, a setting for the ambitions and betrayals that defined an era. As the people of Rome filed into the temple, their faces reflected a mix of reverence and cunning, for they understood that the gods weren't the only ones being honored here. Senators and orators strode purposefully, their robes flowing like the very rivers of power that fed the city's ambitions. Each step echoed with the weight of impending decisions, and the air buzzed with the tension of hopes and fears intermingled like smoke rising from burning incense. This was a sacred arena where divine favor was sought, but where human ambition took center stage. Within the hallowed walls, a group of senators huddled together, their voices low and urgent. They were strategists, each one a master of manipulation, trained in the art of persuasion. The flickering torchlight illuminated their faces, revealing the determination etched in their brows. They debated the fate of the Republic, crafting alliances that could either elevate them to the heights of power or plunge their rivals into disgrace. It was a delicate dance, and every word was a step choreographed with the precision of a seasoned performer. Gaius, a young senator with piercing blue eyes, listened intently as his elder counterpart, Lucius, painted a vivid picture of the political landscape. "We must unite the populace and the optimates," Lucius urged, "for only together can we stand against the tide of corruption that threatens our republic." Each phrase dripped with urgency, yet the underlying current was one of calculated deceit. Gaius could feel the heat of ambition radiating off Lucius, but he also sensed the shifting loyalties within the group. Trust, like the delicate offerings to the gods, was easily shattered. As the discussions heated up, whispers of an impending election began to swirl like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. The contenders were fierce, each one vying for the chance to fill the consulship, the pinnacle of political power. Gaius felt a flutter of excitement mixed with fear, for the stakes had never been higher. He knew that in this game, failure meant not just a tarnished reputation but a potential death sentence, a fate all too common for those who miscalculated their moves. The air thickened with tension as news broke of a rival faction, led by a formidable general named Sulla, rising in power. Sulla was no mere military leader. He was a master of manipulation, a man who wielded the loyalty of legions like a weapon. Gaius's heart raced as he imagined the chaos that could ensue. The temple's columns stood tall, but within them lay the seeds of potential destruction. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden commotion outside, a crowd gathering, their voices rising in fervor. The people, clamoring for bread and circuses, were a powerful force. It was in this swirling mass of citizens that the fate of senators could shift overnight. Gaius felt the pull of the crowd, the urgency of their needs mingling with the ambitions of the elite. He envisioned himself rising to become a voice for the people, a champion among the senators. The thought ignited a fire within him, but he knew the path was fraught with danger. The temple's sacred floors had seen betrayal before, and he could become a victim of the very people he sought to represent. In the dim light of the temple, Gaius's reflections were interrupted by the entrance of a renowned orator, Cicero. His reputation for eloquence was matched only by his skill in turning the tides of public opinion. The crowd hushed, and every eye turned toward him, hungry for his words, which were as intoxicating as fine wine. Cicero, with his commanding presence, spoke of justice, of the Republic's legacy, and of the responsibility that lay on the shoulders of its leaders. Gaius felt the power of the orator's voice wash over him, igniting his own aspirations even more fiercely. Yet, beneath the surface of Cicero's rhetoric lay a web of political intrigue, woven with threads of deceit. As the speeches carried on, the political currents in the temple roiled with excitement. Allies were made, and enemies were forged in the crucible of ambition. Gaius leaned closer, absorbing every nuance, every slight smile exchanged among the senators. He could sense the undercurrents of betrayal, the seeds of discord that had been planted long before this day. Each senator nodded and smiled, but behind those polite facades were daggers ready to strike. Outside, the sun began to set, bathing the temple in a warm, golden glow, a stark contrast to the cold calculations within. Gaius felt the weight of history pressing down on him. The echoes of past leaders, their triumphs and downfalls, reverberated through the ages. He was aware that beneath the divine gaze of Jupiter, mere mortals plotted and schemed, driven by ambition, fear, and the unyielding desire for power. Just as the final words of Cicero's address resonated in the air, a sudden shout pierced the atmosphere like a thunderclap. "Traitor!" The word hung in the air, heavy with accusation, drawing gasps from the crowd. Panic rippled through the temple as eyes darted between the speakers and the accuser, a radical from the populace. Gaius's heart raced. What had begun as a day of political maneuvering was spiraling into chaos, and he could feel the tension twisting around him like the grip of a tightening noose. The temple, once a sanctuary for the divine, now mirrored the tumult of the Republic itself, fraught with manipulation and strife. The whispers of the past echoed through the columns, hinting at betrayals yet to come, as the sacred space transformed into a battleground of ideals and ambitions. The stage was set, and the players were ready, each aware that the next move could change the course of history. Gaius clenched his fists, feeling the pulse of the Republic's destiny thrumming beneath his skin. The game was far from over, and he was determined to play his part whatever the cost. In the bustling streets of the ancient city, the air was thick with a mixture of incense and ambition. The grand temple, with its towering columns and intricately carved reliefs, stood as a symbol of divine power and earthly ambition. It wasn't just a place of worship. It was a stage where the drama of social class unfolded in full view of the populace. The temple's steps, worn smooth by countless feet, bore witness to the intertwining of faith and status, where every offering and every prayer echoed with the weight of expectation. Among the throngs, whispers floated like autumn leaves, swirling around the figures of the rich and powerful. A merchant draped in silks glided past a farmer, his sandals barely touching the dusty ground. The merchant's eyes flickered momentarily, a fleeting acknowledgement that belied the chasm between them. It was here, in this sacred space, that social class manifested itself in the dance of patronage and public perception. The temple was not merely a sanctuary. It was a theater where the wealthy displayed their generosity, and in return, the gods were expected to favor them. Up on the marble steps, the high priest stood cloaked in resplendent robes, radiating authority like the sun itself. He was the intermediary between the divine and the mortal, overseeing the rituals that bound society together. His voice rang out, chanting prayers that soared to the heavens, while his eyes surveyed the crowd, gauging the devotion and wealth on display. The rich presented their lavish offerings, golden necklaces, precious oils, and fine grains, each gift a testament to their status. The priest knew that these offerings were not just acts of piety. They were investments in favor, a way to secure blessings for their families and businesses. However, not all offerings were equal. The humble farmer approached, his hands calloused from toil, clutching a small basket of barley, the fruits of his labor. As he stepped forward, the crowd parted, a wave of whispered judgment rippling through the air. What could he possibly offer that could compare to the opulence around him? Yet, in that moment, the farmer felt a flicker of hope. His gift, though modest, was a genuine act of faith. But would the gods notice him? Would the priests acknowledge his sacrifice? The high priest glanced down at the farmer, an expression of mild disdain flickering across his face before returning to the practiced neutrality expected of a man of the cloth. The farmer's heart sank, a heavy stone in his chest. He recognized the truth. The temple, designed to connect the people to the divine, had also become a mirror reflecting the inequalities of society. It was a place where the rich could parade their wealth as a demonstration of their favor with the gods, while the poor were left to stand in the shadows, their faith scrutinized and their contributions minimized. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows over the temple, a sense of urgency enveloped the atmosphere. A procession of wealthy patrons arrived, their arrival a spectacle in itself. They wore elaborate headdresses adorned with jewels that sparkled as brightly as their ambitions. Laughter and casual banter filled the air, an intoxicating blend of confidence and entitlement. They strode past the farmer, their presence a reminder of the stark divide that had carved the city into segments, each defined by wealth and power. Their voices, rich and melodic, rose above the murmurs of the crowd, drowning out the humble prayers of the faithful. The temple was alive with their energy, their offerings transforming into declarations of status, echoing through the grand hall. The high priest moved to greet them, his demeanor shifting from the detached observer to the eager servant of their desires. He extolled their virtues, praising their generosity, while the crowd watched in a mix of awe and envy. It was an elaborate dance, one where every participant played their role. The wealthy patrons seeking validation, the priest ensuring the rituals continued, and the common folk hoping to be seen. But the temple's walls, adorned with the tales of gods and heroes, bore witness to the silent tension simmering beneath the surface. What of the many who had been pushed aside, their voices muffled by the clamor of the elite? In the dim corners of the temple, groups of the marginalized gathered, sharing stories of struggle and resilience. They knew the power of collective faith. They felt the urge to reclaim their space, to remind the priests and the rich that their devotion was just as potent, perhaps more so, than the gold and jewels laid at the altar. As the evening drew to a close, the temple seemed to pulse with the conflicting energies of hope and despair. The high priest stood beneath the massive statue of the deity, his heart racing as he sensed the unrest brewing among those who were left out of the celebrations. For a moment, he caught a glimpse of the farmer's weary face among the crowd, a reminder that faith was not solely confined to wealth. Yet, he was torn between duty and conscience, for to challenge the status quo was to risk everything he had built. As night fell, the flickering oil lamps illuminated the faces of the assembled, casting shadows that danced like spirits across the temple's walls. The rich laughed and feasted, their merriment a stark contrast to the quiet resolve forming among the less fortunate. They exchanged glances, silently vowing to find their voice, to be more than mere spectators in a world that seemed determined to drown them out. In this sacred place, where the divine met the mundane, the tension escalated, a slow, building crescendo that echoed through the hearts of all who gathered. The temple, a symbol of connection and division, was a crucible for social change, a space ripe for challenge and revolution. And as the last prayers of the day were whispered, the seed of discontent was sown, ready to blossom into something that would shake the very foundations of their society. A hush fell over the crowd as they collectively held their breath, waiting for the high priest to give voice to their deepest longings. Would he recognize the fire burning in their hearts, or would he choose to ignore the signs that change was inevitable? The temple was more than just stone. It was a living entity, pulsating with the hopes and fears of all who entered. As the night deepened, the stakes rose higher, and the fragile line between faith and class began to blur, setting the stage for a transformation that none could foresee. The air was thick with tension as the people gathered, their murmurs rising and falling like the tide. Outside, the world raged with uncertainty, storms of war and famine swirling around them. But within the ancient stone walls of the temple, there was a flicker of hope, a flicker that promised peace, safety, and connection amidst chaos. For centuries, the temple had stood as a beacon, its towering spires reaching toward the heavens, a silent witness to the trials of countless souls. It had seen joy, pain, and everything in between. On this day, as shadows loomed and the winds howled with whispers of despair, the temple became a sacred refuge. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the worn stones, the first of the faithful arrived. They came in droves, shuffling through the heavy wooden doors, each carrying their own burdens, their faces etched with worry. A mother clutched her child's hand tightly, her knuckles white with fear. A soldier entered next, his uniform tattered, eyes haunted by memories he could not shake. Families huddled together, seeking comfort in each other's presence, their hearts beating in sync with the rhythmic thrum of the temple's great bell, which told an urgent call to all who still believed. Inside, the air was suffused with the scent of burning incense, a fragrant invitation that wrapped around each worshiper like a warm embrace. At the front, the priest, an elder with a voice that quaked with the weight of wisdom, stood ready to guide the congregation through the storm that raged both outside and within. He raised his arms, a gesture of unity, and the crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed upon him, mouths pressed into tight lines of anticipation. Today, we gather not just to pray for ourselves, he began, his voice steady yet tender, but to stand for those who cannot stand for themselves. Each word resonated, echoing within the very walls that had absorbed centuries of grief and joy. We are here for the lost, the broken, and those whose hearts have been shattered by the cruelty of fate. As the priest spoke, the stories of the congregation unfolded like a tapestry. The father who had lost a son, the widow mourning her beloved, the children who had been stripped of their innocence too soon. Each story, a thread woven into the larger narrative of their shared humanity, held the power to connect them, to remind them that even in the bleakest of times, they were not alone. With every prayer offered, from whispered pleas to vocal chants, the atmosphere shifted. A palpable energy filled the room, a collective yearning for solace that transcended individual suffering. The flames of the altar danced higher, flickering like the spirits of those they had lost, guiding them through the shadows. It was a moment when the temple transformed into more than just a structure. It became a living entity, a vessel of resilience and hope. In the midst of this, a young girl timidly stepped forward. Her small frame trembled as she clutched a worn-out doll, its fabric frayed from years of love. "Please," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "bring back my daddy." Gasps rippled through the crowd, hearts collectively breaking. The priest knelt before her, his eyes softening with compassion. "We will pray for him," he promised, "and for all those who fight for our safety." Tears streamed down faces that had seen too much pain. It was this raw emotion that bound them together, like threads in a sacred tapestry. As the prayers continued, the temple's walls seemed to pulse, absorbing every sorrow, every hope, and every flicker of faith. Outside, the storm raged on, but within the temple, a fragile peace emerged. People began to rise, their spirits fortified by the shared experience of vulnerability. The soldier, once burdened with the weight of his past, now stood a little taller, breathing in the strength of his community. The mother felt a glimmer of hope ignite inside her as the congregation sang together, their voices rising to meet the heavens, a chorus of resilience that reached far beyond the stone and mortar. As night enveloped the temple, the flickering candles cast long shadows, each flame a reminder of the enduring light that faith and community brought to their darkest hours. The priest stepped back, letting the voices of the people carry the moment. He listened to their cries and laughter, their fears and joys, all intermingling in a symphony of life. It was here, in this sacred space, that they found strength in adversity. Yet, the world outside was not done testing them. As the last note faded and silence settled, a distant rumble echoed through the air, a reminder that the storm was still raging, that crises would continue to emerge, challenging their beliefs and resolve. But the temple remained steadfast, a sanctuary amidst chaos. It had withstood the test of time, and now it stood ready to face whatever came next. Those who had gathered that night carried away not just their own burdens, but also a sense of solidarity, of unwavering faith that the temple would once again serve as a refuge in times of need. And so, the story of the temple continued, like an unbroken circle, where one crisis flowed seamlessly into another, each moment a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity. As dawn approached and the first light broke through the darkness, the faithful knew this was not the end, but merely the beginning of another chapter in their shared journey. A journey that would always bring them back to the sanctuary of the temple, where prayer met adversity and hope wove its way through despair. In the quiet of dawn, a light flickered to life in the ancient city of Jerusalem. The sun rose, casting golden hues over battered stones and remnants of history. For years, the temple stood as a broken echo of what it once was, a painful reminder of a past filled with glory, faith, and the deepest of human despair. The air was thick with anticipation, as whispers of a grand reconstruction floated through the streets like delicate petals caught in a warm breeze. The walls had witnessed a tumultuous past, and now, they seemed to breathe anew, yearning for the touch of hammers and chisels, for the sound of life returning to their hollowed hearts. Every brick carried a story. Each stone was infused with prayers and dreams. The ancient temple, once the majestic heart of spirituality, had been laid to waste, a victim of conflict and time. The ruins spoke of loss, yet they also held the promise of renewal. Now, in this pivotal moment of history, a fire ignited within the people. Hope glimmered like the first ray of sunlight breaking through a long night. The task ahead was monumental, but with it came a fierce determination that surged through the veins of the community. As the first workers gathered, their faces etched with both resolve and sadness, they shared glances that spoke volumes. They were not just here to restore a building. They were here to rebuild something far greater. They held the heavy burden of their ancestors' dreams, the weight of centuries pressing upon their shoulders. Each swing of the hammer was a beat of their collective heartbeat, every chisel carving not only stone but also the essence of their identity. Among them stood Eli, a craftsman with hands worn from years of labor but rich with stories. His father had once told tales of the temple, stories that danced through the air like flickering candles. Eli could almost hear those echoes now, urging him to contribute his skill to this sacred endeavor. The memories fueled his resolve, igniting an unquenchable fire within him. He vowed that this temple, once a symbol of division, would rise together with the spirit of unity. As the work progressed, the atmosphere simmered with excitement. Children played nearby, their laughter mingling with the sound of chiseling stone. But in the shadows, tension simmered as well. The city was at a crossroads. Different factions eyed each other warily, each carrying their own interpretations of faith and history, their loyalties torn between the past and the promise of the future. Eli sensed this undercurrent of strife, a haunting reminder that rebuilding the temple was not just a physical task. It was a journey through the complexities of identity, belief, and human connection. With each passing day, the construction site transformed. Stones were meticulously placed, each one fitting into a greater design that only the heart could see. Artisans brought forth intricate carvings, weaving their stories into the very fabric of the walls. Vibrant colors emerged as murals began to grace the surfaces, depicting visions of the people united, celebrating their shared dreams. But with beauty came the creeping shadow of doubt. Would this endeavor bring them together or tear them further apart? One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Eli climbed to a vantage point overlooking the worksite. He watched as the shadows lengthened, and a deep sense of longing filled him. The temple would rise, but would it hold the weight of their aspirations? The laughter of children echoed faintly, reminding him that hope was a fragile thing, could be nurtured or crushed in an instant, depending on the choices they made. A sudden shout broke the stillness. A group had gathered at the edge of the site, their voices rising in anger. Eli's heart raced as he recognized the faces of those who had long been at odds with each other. Tensions erupted, accusations flew like arrows. The vibrant dream of a united community splintered under the strain of old wounds. Eli felt the despair claw at him, threatening to suffocate the light that had begun to blossom. He watched as friends became foes, and the fragile threads of hope began to fray. But in that moment of chaos, something remarkable happened. A voice, calm yet firm, rose above the discord. A woman named Miriam, known for her wisdom and compassion. She stepped forward, her presence commanding attention. With each word, she wove a vision of unity, reminding them of their shared history and the power of collective faith. Tension began to dissolve, if only slightly, replaced by the flicker of understanding. Eli saw the flicker in her eyes, a spark that could reignite the flame of hope. Days turned into weeks, and under Miriam's guidance, the workers came together, breathing life into the stones. The clinking of tools became a symphony of resilience, a melody of hope interwoven with determination. Eli often found himself beside his former adversaries, laughter breaking the barriers that had once seemed insurmountable. Together, they transformed the site into a tapestry of collaboration, blending their skills and talents into something greater than themselves. Yet, the shadows of uncertainty loomed still. The external pressures from surrounding territories, the political currents swirling like storm clouds, reminded them that this was not merely an act of construction. It was a declaration of intent. The temple would not just be a building but a symbol of their will to rise above division, to embrace their differences while standing strong in their shared beliefs. As the last stones were laid, the anticipation in the air was almost palpable. The temple loomed, majestic and proud, a beacon of hope rising higher than the fears that once threatened to consume them. A gathering was called, and the community came together, their faces illuminated with the glow of torches and the warmth of shared dreams. As Eli stood among his neighbors, a profound sense of belonging washed over him. This wasn't just a structure. It was a living testament to their journey, their struggles, and their triumphs. The air vibrated with emotion as they sang songs of gratitude, their voices lifting in unison, echoing through the valley like a declaration to the heavens. But even as the celebration began, the distant rumble of thunder lingered on the horizon. Eli felt the weight of uncertainty, a reminder that rebuilding was not a matter of stone and mortar. It was about the fragile threads of connection that held them together, and the storms that could tear them apart once more. And yet, in that moment, surrounded by hope, he could not shake the feeling that the true reconstruction was only just beginning. The air in the ancient temple was thick with a palpable energy, a blend of reverence and secrecy that hung like incense above the worn stone floor. Each step echoed softly, a reminder of those who had walked this sacred path long before. As the flickering torchlight danced against the walls, shadows stretched and twisted like whispers of the past, hinting at the stories buried within. Amidst the towering columns, intricately carved with tales of gods and men, lay artifacts that pulsed with history. These objects, both beautiful and haunting, were not mere decorations. They were the very essence of faith, hope, and longing. A golden chalice, its surface gleaming with the touch of countless hands, stood as a testament to the rituals that transformed ordinary moments into extraordinary connections with the divine. What secrets had it witnessed? What prayers had been offered? The questions lingered like a soft breeze, stirring the heart. In the corner, a weathered statue watched over the chamber, its eyes seemingly alive with a wisdom that transcended time. Crafted with an artist's devotion, it depicted a deity whose presence was felt in every heartbeat of the temple. Generations had come to kneel before it, each whispering their dreams, fears, and regrets, hoping to find solace in its carved embrace. The stones seemed to vibrate with their energy, a tangible reminder of the collective fervor binding past and present in an unbreakable thread. Then there was the scroll, fragile and faded, yet brimming with knowledge. Its delicate script contained prayers, hymns, and teachings passed down through ages. Each word held the weight of hope, a promise that the divine would listen. It spoke of creation, of the universe's mysteries, and the bonds that connected all living things. What if this scroll held the key to enlightenment? What if the wisdom within could awaken something dormant in the hearts of those who dared to read it? The thought sent shivers down the spine, igniting a yearning for understanding that echoed through the ages. Further along, an ornate dagger lay on a pedestal, its blade shimmering with a sinister beauty. Once a tool of sacrifice, it now embodied the duality of creation and destruction. The ritualistic blood that once stained its edge had been a symbol of devotion, a pact sealed between the earthly and the celestial. What kinds of lives had been altered by its glint? It was a reminder that faith often danced hand in hand with sacrifice, a truth that resonated deeply in the silence of the temple. Light flickered across the artifacts, casting ethereal shadows that twisted and morphed into the shapes of those who had once cherished these revered objects. A young woman knelt before the chalice, her hands trembling with anticipation as she offered her prayers, her heart laid bare before the divine. Nearby, an elder's gnarled fingers brushed against the statue, tracing the contours of its face, feeling an ancient connection that spanned generations. The emotions swirled in the air, a tapestry woven from hope, despair, love, and longing. At the center of it all lay the altar, a solemn space where the sacred and the mundane met, covered in offerings, fragrant flowers, fresh fruits, and handmade tokens. It pulsed with life and devotion. Each item placed there carried a story, a fragment of a life seeking something greater. The altar felt like the very heartbeat of the temple, thumping in sync with the souls who sought refuge and answers. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm golden hue into the temple's embrace, something shifted in the air. A soft sound, almost like a whisper, echoed through the chamber. It was as if the artifacts themselves were speaking, sharing their tales with those who had come to listen. The young woman looked up, her eyes wide with wonder, feeling the weight of history press against her chest. She could almost hear the laughter of children who had once played in the temple's shade, the prayers of warriors seeking strength, the tears of lovers yearning for connection. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the temple, extinguishing some of the torches. Shadows danced furiously, and for a moment, the air grew thick with tension. The artifacts seemed to shimmer, their significance heightened in that fleeting darkness. Was it a sign? A warning? The thrill of mystery crackled like electricity, igniting hearts and stirring souls. Eyes widened, breaths caught, as the ancient temple held its secrets tightly. What lay beyond the artifacts? What stories lingered just out of reach, waiting for the brave or the foolish to unearth them? The unspoken promise of revelation hung heavily in the air, a thread of anticipation weaving through every heart present. In that moment, the past and present converged, and the temple became a living tapestry of emotions. Each artifact was a guardian of memories, a keeper of the divine connection that spurred men and women to seek, to believe, to surrender. The next movement felt inevitable, like a wave about to crash onto the shore, powerful yet graceful. The temple's sacred objects were not merely relics. They were embodiments of hope, vessels of faith, and mirrors reflecting the deepest desires of the human soul. As the flickering light returned, illuminating the artifacts once more, the atmosphere shimmered with a promise. Each heart inside that temple felt it, a call to understand, to remember, to honor the weight of what had come before. This moment in the temple was not an ending, but rather a doorway brimming with possibilities. The sacred objects beckoned, eager to share more of their histories, to reveal the next chapter in a story that stretched across time. The air vibrated with anticipation, a lingering sensation that the most profound discoveries were yet to be unveiled, waiting quietly in the shadows, whispering to those who dared to listen. The marble columns of the Temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus gleamed in the afternoon sun, casting long shadows that whispered secrets of a time when Rome was a city of proud citizens, not subjects. A chill raced through the air, as if the very stones of the temple remembered the weight of sacrifice and devotion. Here, at the heart of the Roman Republic, the gods were revered, their altars stained with the blood of offerings, the scent of incense mingling with the cries of the faithful. Yet, as the sun dipped lower, a shift loomed on the horizon, one that would change the course of history. In the streets, the buzz of politics thrummed like a heartbeat. Senators, once the champions of the Republic, now found themselves caught in a whirlwind of ambition and betrayal. Julius Caesar, the man who had crossed the Rubicon, stood taller than any statue ever erected. His exploits in Gaul rang loud like battle drums. Heroism echoed through every corner of the empire. Yet, shadows gathered in the corners of his growing power, whispers of tyranny that chilled the air. The Republic trembled. Its very foundations were cracking beneath the weight of its heroes turned demigods. As Caesar returned to Rome, the temples were alive with fervor. Priests adorned in white robes sang praises, their voices rising like smoke from sacred fires. They proclaimed him a living god, a figure worthy of worship. The populace, hungry for hope and certainty amidst chaos, accepted this new reality with open arms. The divide between the divine and the mortal blurred, and with it, the essence of the Republic began to fade, slipping like sand through clenched fingers. How intoxicating was the thought of divinity! The citizens looked up at their leaders not just as men, but as gods who walked among them. In the years following Caesar's assassination, turmoil erupted. The streets were splattered with blood, the cries of vengeance echoing off the walls of the ancient city. The temple stood silent, a witness to the chaos, as Octavian, his great-nephew and heir, rose from the ashes, forging an empire from the Republic's ruin. The young man was not just a tactician. He was a master manipulator, wrapping the mantle of divinity around his shoulders like a king draping a royal cloak. He skillfully crafted his public image, adopting the title of Augustus, a name that bore weight like a stone tablet, signaling a new era. And so, the imperial cult was born, a pivotal force in shaping the identity of Rome, where loyalty to the emperor became synonymous with loyalty to the state. Temples arose, each stone laid in reverence to the new gods of the empire. Statues of Augustus towered over the people, their marble faces frozen in serene expressions, a false calm that masked the pressures of an unyielding regime. The new divinity demanded adoration that left no room for doubt. The faithful gathered, hearts racing with fervor, as they offered prayers not just to Jupiter, but to Augustus himself. The lines blurred further. The old gods were not abandoned, but reshaped and repurposed to fit a new narrative. The scent of incense thickened in the air, mingling with the cries of the devoted. The imperial cult transformed Roman life into an elaborate spectacle of worship. The temples became bustling centers of both religious and political activity. Rituals were no longer simply offerings to the gods. They became acts of loyalty to the emperor, binding the populace in chains of faith and obligation. The thrill of a Roman holiday took on new meaning. Festivals became vibrant displays of loyalty, where citizens cheered not just for the gods, but for their emperor, as if he were one of them. But beneath the surface, a tension simmered. They could feel it in the air, the unease of those who remembered the old ways. The traditionalists, clinging to the vestiges of the Republic, found their voices drowned out in the chorus of praise for the divine emperor. They mourned the loss of autonomy, the fading of the Republic into history's shadows. They whispered in the dark, fearful of what lay ahead, while the worshippers danced under the flickering flames of the temples. As Augustus solidified his power, he crafted an identity that transcended mortal concerns. The titles Imperator Pontifex Maximus were not mere words. They were chains that bound him to the divine, and with it, a responsibility heavier than any crown. He was not just a man. He was a bridge between the heavens and earth. The adoration that poured forth from the populace became a double-edged sword, both a source of strength and a burden that weighed heavily on his soul. The temples turned into grand stages for the ever-evolving narrative of Roman identity. Priests donned their ceremonial garb, performing rituals that transcended the ordinary, invoking the blessings of the emperor gods. They proclaimed him as the protector of peace and prosperity, even as war brewed in distant lands. The paradox was suffocating. How could a god demand such loyalty while his people suffered? Yet, in the great theater of Rome, such questions were often silenced, overshadowed by the spectacle of devotion. As the seasons changed, so too did the faces of the emperors. Each new ruler brought their own flavor to the divine narrative, reshaping the temples, reinterpreting the rites, and demanding the homage of the masses. Nero, with his grand visions, transformed the city and its worship into a reflection of his own chaotic reign. The temples whispered tales of glory and madness alike, echoes of a city caught in an unending cycle of power, worship, and rebellion. And so the cycle continued, a relentless tide that surged forward, driven by ambition, belief, and the ever-present need for a guiding light in the darkness. The imperial cult, born from the ruins of the Republic, thrived, pulling the hearts of the people into its embrace. The walls of the temples bore witness to the emotional cadence of a civilization on the brink of transformation, caught between the gods of old and the emperors who would rise as their new champions. Each prayer, each offering, each festival became a heartbeat in the story of a people desperate for meaning in a world that had shifted beneath their feet. The marble columns echoed with the cries of the faithful, their hopes stitched into the fabric of an empire that stretched far and wide, ever hungry for the next chapter in its unfolding saga. As the sun set on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the sacred grounds, the tension between faith and power simmered, waiting for the next wave to crash upon the shores of history. One that would bring even greater upheaval and perhaps a reckoning. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue over the bustling square. As the light danced off the polished stones of the temple, a gentle breeze carried whispers of stories untold. Citizens gathered, their faces alight with anticipation, each step echoing the heartbeat of the community. This was more than just a building. It was the very soul of the city, a place where hopes mingled with dreams, and where the weight of decisions hung palpably in the air. The towering columns of the temple stood like guardians, witnessing the ebb and flow of life for generations. They had cradled the laughter of children and the solemnity of the grieving, serving as a backdrop to ceremonies that bound the threads of society. Under its grand roof, people exchanged news that would shape destinies and forged alliances that would alter the course of history. The temple was a gathering place, a sanctuary where every citizen, from the humblest farmer to the most powerful leader, found their voice. As citizens flowed in, the vibrant hum of conversation filled the air. Some came to seek counsel, their brows furrowed with worry. Others arrived with joyous news, laughter spilling forth like water from a spring. The temple's stone walls held the wisdom of the ages, absorbing the hopes and fears of those who sought solace within. Here, individuals became part of something larger, a tapestry woven from shared experiences. The aroma of incense wafted through the air, mingling with the scent of fresh bread sold by nearby vendors. The atmosphere crackled with energy, a palpable sense of purpose binding everyone together. On this particular day, an important decision loomed. The citizens had gathered to discuss a matter that had ignited fierce debate, whether to ally with neighboring tribes or remain steadfastly independent. As the sun slowly sank, casting long shadows across the marble floor, the temple transformed into a battleground of ideas, with voices rising and falling like the tide. Each speaker stood at the altar, not just of faith, but of community, where their words had the power to shape futures. A young woman stepped forward, her heart racing. She was known for her wisdom beyond her years, and as she looked out at the crowd, she felt the weight of their expectations. She spoke of unity, of the strength that could be found when people stood together. Her voice trembled with emotion, igniting a flicker of hope within the hearts of listeners. They leaned in, hanging on her every word, realizing that the temple was not merely stone and mortar, but a living embodiment of their collective spirit. Yet, just as her voice soared, a grizzled elder, weary with age and experience, rose to counter her. His rough hands trembled as he gestured passionately, recounting the tales of betrayal that had marred their past. The room held its breath, tension thickening with every word. The echoes of history reverberated off the walls, reminding everyone that decisions made within this sanctum could not be taken lightly. The temple, with its sacred aura, became a crucible where passion, fear, hope, and uncertainty collided. Children, wide-eyed and innocent, played quietly in a corner, their laughter a stark contrast to the weighty discussions. They were the next generation, unaware of the gravity of the debates swirling around them. Their carefree spirit reminded the adults of what was at stake. Every decision made here would ripple through time, shaping the future of their little ones. The temple's function as a gathering place extended beyond mere assembly. It was where legacies were forged, where the dreams of today would become the reality of tomorrow. As evening deepened, flickering torches cast ghostly shadows across the temple's stone walls. The gathering continued, voices clashing and merging in a dance of democracy. The air was electric with emotion. Hope hung alongside doubt, and the elders' wisdom intertwined with youthful exuberance. Each debate was a thread, weaving a fabric that defined their community's identity. An unexpected voice pierced through the din. A soldier recently returned from the front lines. His presence commanded attention, and as he spoke of distant lands, bravery, and the bonds of brotherhood forged in battle, an uneasy silence enveloped the room. He described the faces of comrades lost, and the sacrifices made for the greater good. Suddenly, the discussion shifted. The stakes became personal as the weight of their choices was laid bare. The temple transformed into a sanctuary of truth, where vulnerability met courage in a profound embrace. Tears glistened in the eyes of many as the soldiers' words reverberated within the hearts of those gathered. For a moment, the debates faded, and all were united in a shared understanding of sacrifice. The temple, which had stood witness to countless gatherings, became a sacred space where the struggles of the present intersected with the scars of the past. The sorrow of loss mingled with the hope for peace, a powerful juxtaposition that left no one unchanged. As the discussion swirled on, the temple's role as a gathering place transcended mere physical assembly. It morphed into a collective consciousness, a living entity that breathed with the hopes and fears of its people. The night wore on, and shadows danced in rhythm with the flickering flames, illuminating the vibrant tapestry of human emotion woven through the ages. Amidst the fervor, there came a moment of stillness. People turned toward the altar, where candles flickered, casting a soothing glow. Here, they would not only make decisions for themselves but for their ancestors and descendants alike. The temple was their thread to the past and their beacon for the future, binding them to a legacy that was both beautiful and terrifying. As the gathering reached its climax, with voices raised in passionate debate, the air thickened with a sense of inevitability. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the gathering place transformed into a crucible of potential, ready to shape the path ahead. The flickering light of hope clung to every word, every argument, every heart beating in synchrony. The decision that lay ahead was not merely for the present but would echo through time, the foundation of a community that found strength in unity. Outside, the moon rose high, illuminating the temple's majestic facade, standing resilient against the night sky. It welcomed those who sought to gather, to share, to dream. And deep within, the heart of the community pulsed, a steady rhythm that promised to resonate far beyond the confines of stone walls. The story was far from over. It was merely the beginning of a new chapter in the saga of a people connected by their gathering place, forever intertwined with the essence of their shared existence. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the ancient city as the bells of the temple began to toll. With each resonant chime, a sense of urgency filled the air, calling forth women from every corner of the community. They were not merely followers. They were the lifeblood of the temple, their presence both sacred and powerful. In those hallowed halls, women adorned in vibrant saris and intricate jewelry gathered, their laughter intertwined with whispered prayers. They moved with grace, their hands skillfully preparing offerings of fruits, flowers, and incense that would soon fill the temple with intoxicating scents. Each woman carried a story, an unbroken thread linking back to generations past. As they placed their offerings before the deity, their hearts beat in rhythm with the drums echoing from the inner sanctum. A young girl, barely 10, stood shyly at the edge of the gathering, her wide eyes taking in the dazzling scene. She watched as her mother, an experienced priestess, conducted the rituals with fervor and devotion. The girl felt a spark of hope ignite within her, a longing to step into that world of reverence and connection. Each flicker of the oil lamps mirrored her dreams, reflecting a future where she too would don the mantle of worshipper and guide. Women held significant roles in the temple. They were not just participants but essential orchestrators of divine connection. Historically, they were often the ones who first engaged the divine through rituals that emphasized fertility, family, and prosperity. In many cultures, they were seen as mediators, bridging the earthly realm with the divine. As the ancient scriptures dictated, their rituals were believed to harness the energies of the universe, ensuring balance and harmony in their communities. Ceremonies were a tapestry woven from the threads of individual lives and collective belief. The women chanted hymns that had echoed through the ages, each word a prayer, each note a plea for guidance and grace. Their voices rose together, mingling like a river flowing toward the ocean, powerful and unstoppable. In those moments, they were not just women. They were voices of the past, present, and future, united in purpose. As the evening rituals began, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The head priestess, an elderly woman with silver hair and wise eyes, stepped forward. She radiated strength and wisdom, embodying the spirit of every woman who had come before her. With every movement, she invited the women to step into their power, reminding them of the sacred legacy they carried. Some women closed their eyes, swaying gently to the rhythm of the chants, while others knelt and traced their fingers over the cool stone floor of the temple, connecting with the earth beneath them. The girl watched, mesmerized, as her mother lifted her hands toward the heavens, a gesture of surrender and hope. It was as if the very air crackled with energy, a palpable sense of unity among those gathered. Tension brewed as the rituals reached their climax. The flames of the oil lamps flickered wildly, casting shadows that danced on the temple walls. The priestess raised her voice, her tone sharp yet melodic, invoking the sacred names of the deities. The air shimmered with anticipation, thick with the scent of jasmine and sandalwood. Each woman, with her own desires and dreams, poured her heart into the sacred space, offering prayers for love, health, and protection. Nearby, a mother took her baby in her arms, whispering a prayer over his tiny head. The child cooed in response, sensing the weight of tradition and hope that enveloped them. The connection between mother and child was palpable, a bond that echoed through the ages. Here, within these walls, the very essence of womanhood was celebrated, nurturing, powerful, and resilient. As the rituals concluded, the women formed a circle, their hands interlocked, palms upraised to receive blessings. Their eyes sparkled with tears of joy and gratitude. In that moment, they embodied the strength of their ancestors and the hopes of future generations. They were a force, a community bound by faith and devotion, unwavering in their shared purpose. Outside the temple, the world continued to turn, but for those moments, time stood still within the sacred space. The moon hung high, a witness to the devotion and resilience of women, each a guardian of tradition, each a keeper of sacred stories. When they left the temple, the night air felt electric, filled with the weight of their prayers and the promise of tomorrow. The young girl stood at the temple's threshold, heart racing, knowing she was on the cusp of something monumental. With each step her mother took, she felt the pull of her future, the flickering flame of her own potential igniting. The sound of the temple bells faded into the distance, but the rhythm of the women's chants echoed in her heart, a melody she would carry forever. As they exited, the women spoke in hushed tones, sharing stories of their lives, their triumphs, and their struggles. It was a tapestry of experiences woven together by the shared thread of their faith. Each story was a testament to their strength, reflections of resilience that would inspire countless others. And so, with the night enveloping them, the women stepped into the world outside, their spirits uplifted, their bonds strengthened. As they walked, the stars twinkled above, mirroring the light that shone within each of them. The rituals they had performed were not just acts of devotion. They were vital connections that transcended time, nurturing souls and forging paths for generations yet to come. The community thrived in their hands, and the legacy of womanhood continued to blossom in the sacred dance of worship and ritual. In the dim glow of flickering oil lamps, the sacred air hummed with the sacred whispers of devotion and duty. The temple, an architectural marvel of stone and wood, stood tall against the twilight sky, its towering walls echoing the stories of the ancients. Inside, the scent of incense mingled with the musty pages of scrolls, where thoughts of the divine coalesced with meticulous records. Here, in this hallowed space, the temple's scribes toiled in silence, their quills scratching against papyrus, capturing the weight of the world in ink. These scribes were the unseen architects of faith, the guardians of tradition, and the enforcers of order. With every stroke of their pens, they etched not just the words of prayers and rituals, but also the lifeblood of the community, the births, deaths, and tribulations of their people. Each record was a thread in the vast tapestry of life, woven together with devotion and diligence. Their work was imbued with a sacred purpose, yet it also held a bureaucratic weight that pressed heavily on their shoulders. Amidst this sacred labor sat a young scribe named Elihu, his brow furrowed in concentration as he transcribed the words of the high priest. The flickering candlelight danced on the surface of the papyrus, revealing letters that told of offerings made to the gods and the blessings poured upon the faithful. Yet, Elihu's heart thrummed with a different kind of tension. He knew that the accuracy of his records could mean the difference between life and death for many. A misplaced word, an overlooked detail, could anger the gods, leading to famine or pestilence. Every stroke of Elihu's quill resonated with the weight of expectation. Outside the temple, the streets pulsed with life, the cries of merchants and the laughter of children drifting through open windows. But within the scriptorium, it was a different world, one of whispers and the rustle of parchment. Elihu's fingers stained with ink bore the burden of truth, a truth that could sway the hearts of the people and the whims of deities. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the temple bells rang out, deep, sonorous tones that echoed through the valley. The sound reverberated in Elihu's chest like the heartbeat of the eternal. It was time for the evening prayers, a ritual steeped in tradition. The high priest, adorned in ceremonial robes, began to chant, his voice rising above the hushed reverence of the gathering crowd. Elihu, still tucked away in his corner, felt the call of the divine tugging at him. He paused, eyes lifted from his work, drawn to the scene unfolding before him. The faithful gathered, their faces a mosaic of hope and fear. Each person held their own burdens, the hopes for a bountiful harvest, the illness of a loved one, the anxious whispers of dreams deferred. They turned to the gods for solace, and Elihu felt their collective energy weave through the air. Yet, amidst their devotion, he couldn't help but notice the cracks in their faith. The scribes, keepers of the records, also held the power to reshape belief through the narratives they penned. What if a scribe decided to change a word here or add a line there? The thought made Elihu shudder. With power came responsibility, a heavy mantle for one so young. He watched as the high priest raised his arms to the heavens, invoking the presence of the divine. Elihu knew that feeling, when the air thickened with the promise of answers, of miracles. But could it truly be the priests who held that power? Or was it the scribes who shaped their destiny with every written word? As the night deepened, shadows crept along the stone walls, and the flickering light began to fade. Elihu returned to his scrolls, but the chant of the prayers still echoed in his mind. Each syllable felt like a drumbeat urging him onward, a reminder that his duty was not just to record, but to preserve the very essence of their faith. He thought about the older scribes, their hands weathered by time and toil, who spoke of the temple's history with reverence. They told tales of how their pen was mightier than the sword, shaping the course of civilizations. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the stillness. Elihu's heart raced as he looked up to see a figure tumble through the temple doors, breathless and wild-eyed. It was Miriam, a fellow scribe, clutching a scroll as though it were life itself. Panic danced in her voice as she gasped for breath, her words spilling out like a torrent. "Elihu, you must listen. The high priest. There's something wrong with the records." Fear gripped Elihu's heart as he pushed himself to his feet. "What do you mean?" he demanded, urgency lacing his voice. Miriam staggered closer, her eyes wide with terror. "There are discrepancies. Offering amounts, sacrifices. Everything is out of balance. The gods are angry, Elihu. The omens are clear." In that moment, the air thickened with dread, the weight of their responsibilities crashing down. Elihu realized the precarious position they were in. A single mistake could unleash chaos upon the world. The scribes held the power to manipulate destiny with mere ink and parchment. Time was slipping away, and panic threatened to engulf them like a raging tide. As the temple bells tolled once more, marking the hour of reckoning, Elihu and Miriam locked eyes, a silent understanding passing between them. Their choice was clear. They would not succumb to the shadows of doubt. They would confront the discrepancies head-on, and in doing so, they would tap into the very essence of their role as scribes, a blend of faith and duty, where the sacred met the mundane. With a new resolve, they raced back to the scriptorium, fueled by adrenaline and the weight of generations. The flickering candles illuminated their faces, casting long shadows as they sifted through scroll after scroll, their hands trembling as the ink bled onto the pages. Each revelation brought them closer to the heart of the truth, a truth that lay buried beneath layers of ink, waiting to be uncovered. The temple's very foundation felt alive with the pulse of their frantic work, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath, waiting for the impending storm to break. As they read, time blurred, sweat beating on their foreheads, and the tension surged like electricity in the air. They would confront the divide between faith and bureaucracy, one pen stroke at a time, for the fate of their community rested in their hands. In the shadow of towering stone, the grand temples of ancient Rome stood as testaments to the gods and the people's devotion. The air was thick with the incense of prayer, and the haunting echoes of whispered supplications reverberated off the marble walls. Each temple, adorned with intricate carvings and lofty columns, told stories of worship, sacrifice, and the inexorable bond between the divine and the mundane. In this sacred space, emotions surged like the tide, pulling the hearts of poets and prose writers alike into its depths. Lucan, a voice of passion and intensity, captured the essence of the temple in his epic poem, Pharsalia. The revered temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill, with its towering presence, was not merely a structure of stone but a symbol of Rome's power and the weight of fate. Lucan painted the temple not just as a backdrop but as a character in its own right, a witness to the turbulent conflicts of human ambition and divine will. Beneath the gaze of Jupiter, the fates of men twist like the flames of sacrifice. He wrote, invoking a sense of awe and dread. The temple loomed large, a silent observer as heroes and villains clashed, their fates intertwined with the whims of the gods. In the crisp air, Ovid stepped forth, weaving his own narrative around the temples that dotted the Roman landscape. In Metamorphoses, he explored the delicate dance between mortals and deities, each temple a stage for transformations, both literal and metaphorical. The Temple of Apollo shone brightly in his verses, a beacon of inspiration and prophecy. Here, the lines between the earthly and the divine blurred, as mortals sought the favor of Apollo, hoping to glimpse their futures. Ovid's words dripped with longing and hope, capturing the essence of human desire. The temple stood, majestic and eternal, a reminder that while human lives flickered like candle flames, the gods watched with inscrutable eyes. As the sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the marble steps, Virgil offered his own depiction in the Aeneid. In the ruins of Carthage, Dido built a temple to Juno, her heart heavy with love and despair. Virgil's words resonated with heartache as he described the temple adorned with gifts, a testament to both devotion and the futility of desire. In the hollow spaces of her heart, the temple echoed her sorrow. He wrote, intertwining the sacred and the personal. Dido's plight became a mirror for all who dared to love fiercely, only to be confronted by the relentless tides of fate. The temple was not just a physical space. It became a sanctuary for her trapped emotions, a place where hope and despair coexisted in an eternal dance. The temple's role in Roman literature expanded into the realm of satire, as Juvenal used it to expose the hypocrisy of society. In his biting satires, he depicted the temples as places where pretense thrived. The wealthy and powerful adorned the altars, offering sacrifices while their hearts brimmed with greed. The smell of incense mingles with the stench of corruption, Juvenal mocked, his words sharp enough to cut through the air like a dagger. The temple transformed, reflecting the duality of its purpose, a site of genuine worship and a stage for the flawed human condition. Yet, amidst the laughter and scorn, the temples remained anchors of hope and refuge. Catullus, with his passionate verses, found solace in the temple of Venus, weaving tales of love and longing under her watchful gaze. He beckoned to the goddess, pouring out his heart in a series of passionate odes. "O Venus, sweet goddess of love, let your temple be the cradle of my desires," he implored, the weight of his feelings lifting as he penned each line. The temple became a haven, where the chaos of the world faded, and pure emotion took center stage. In quieter moments, Pliny the Younger offered reflections on the temples with a more philosophical lens. His letters spoke of the beauty and artistry inherent in these structures, yet he also acknowledged their impermanence. "Even the grandest temples shall one day crumble," he mused, "but the emotions held within their walls shall echo through time." His contemplations were tinged with melancholy, recognizing that while stone may erode, the feelings that inspired their creation would persist, weaving through the fabric of human experience. As the threads of these narratives intertwined, a vivid tapestry emerged, woven from the dreams, fears, and aspirations of a civilization that revered its temples. The poets and writers, each with their unique voices, created a chorus that celebrated the multifaceted role of temples in Roman life. They were not just places of worship. They were reflections of humanity, capturing both the divine and the deeply personal. In the flickering torchlight, as shadows danced against the cold stone, the echoes of prayers and poetry intertwined like the vines that clung to the temple walls. The scene was set for confrontation, for revelations that would shake the foundations of belief. The air crackled with anticipation, for the temples were not just monuments. They were alive, pulsating with the energy of countless souls who had come seeking answers, solace, and connection to something greater than themselves. With every word that flowed from the pens of poets and the quills of scribes, the legacy of the temples grew, shaping the very identity of Rome and its people. Each verse hung in the air, whispering promises and threats alike, ensuring that the narrative did not end but spiraled onward, ever deeper into the realms of emotion, devotion, and the timeless struggles of mortals seeking the favor of the gods. In the shadow of majestic stone pillars, a pulse of life thrummed through the air, thick with anticipation and reverence. The temple complex, once a modest sanctuary, had burgeoned into a stunning labyrinth of devotion and splendor. Auxiliary structures and shrines sprang forth like the vibrant petals of a blooming flower, each one whispering secrets of divine connection and human aspiration. The sun hung low in the sky, casting warm rays that danced upon intricately carved stones, where the softest strokes of chisel had transformed rough surfaces into sacred canvases. The artisans, hands stained with dust and devotion, breathed life into each sculpture, crafting figures that seemed to step out from the walls, eyes glinting with stories untold. Here, as the light shifted, shadows played tricks, beckoning the onlookers to look closer, to listen harder, for the spirits of those who had walked these hallowed grounds lingered, eager to share their legacy. At the edges of the main temple stood smaller shrines, each dedicated to lesser-known deities, their significance woven into the fabric of daily life. This wasn't simply a place of worship, it was a vibrant community hub, where the faithful gathered to share tales, offer prayers, and seek guidance. A mother, her hands trembling with hope, approached the shrine of a forgotten goddess, her heart racing as she whispered her wishes, soft, earnest words that floated up like smoke from an offering flame, merging with the crisp evening air. Nearby, the rhythmic sound of drums echoed, drawing people toward an open courtyard where a festival unfolded. Musicians strummed their instruments with fervor, their melodies intertwining with the laughter of children. The people danced, faces illuminated with joy and faith, celebrating the intricate connection between the earthly and the divine. Here, the temple complex was alive, a tapestry woven from threads of color and sound, and it was infused with the essence of every life it touched. Yet, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, shadows grew darker, and the atmosphere shifted. The great hall, with its soaring ceilings carved to mimic the heavens, stood as a silent guardian, bearing witness to both joyous celebrations and solemn prayers. Beneath its vast expanse, whispers of longing and despair echoed, guiding the lost and broken toward the flickering light of hope. A weary traveler, burdened by the weight of sorrow, found refuge in a quiet corner of the hall. There, surrounded by the flickering glow of oil lamps, he knelt, brow furrowed, contemplating the weight of his choices. The flicker of the flames cast ghostly shadows that danced across the walls, reminding him of lives once lived, of choices that had led him here, to this moment of reckoning. Every corner of the temple complex told a story. The smaller structures, with their unique architectural styles, showcased the diversity of faith that flourished within these sacred grounds. There was the shrine to the goddess of love, adorned with offerings of flowers left by hopeful suitors. The sanctuary for the god of war, where warriors sought strength before battle, and the tranquil space for the goddess of healing, filled with delicate herbs and soothing scents, a sanctuary for the ailing. Each space breathed with purpose, inviting people to forge personal connections with the divine. In the distance, the rhythmic clanging of bells signaled the hour, reverberating like a heartbeat through the complex. The sound summoned the faithful to gather once more, drawing them into the embrace of shared worship. As they filed in, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns, the air crackled with energy. It was a moment suspended in time, where every individual was part of something greater than themselves. An overwhelming tide of devotion that surged through the crowd, binding them together in shared belief. But not all was serene. An undercurrent of tension rippled beneath the surface. Rivalries between factions that worshipped different deities occasionally flared up, threatening the harmony that the temple complex represented. A whisper of dissent floated through the crowd, igniting fears of division. Some voices grew louder, demanding recognition for their patron deities, insisting that the whispers of their chosen gods be heard. The atmosphere thickened, a storm brewing just beneath the joyous facade, and the once united gathering began to feel the strain of conflicting beliefs. As night deepened, the temple complex transformed. The auxiliary structures, which had once glowed with warmth, now appeared as dark silhouettes against the starry sky. Lanterns flickered, casting long shadows that danced ominously along the stone paths. In this twilight, the faithful began to weave through the shrine paths, their footsteps quiet but purposeful. They sought the comfort of familiar deities, clutching tokens of their devotion, small offerings of flowers or simple trinkets that had been passed down through generations. Yet, in the heart of this sacred place, beneath the surface of piety, emotions surged like an unseen tide. A young priestess, her spirit aflame with resolve, sensed the discontent building around her. She could feel it in the air, like a storm ready to break. With a steady breath, she stepped forward, calling out to those gathered. Her voice, fierce and unwavering, sliced through the murmur of discontent, reminding everyone of the shared history that united them. Their stories intertwined like the roots of ancient trees. Every word she spoke resonated, striking chords of unity and understanding. Her invocation was not merely a plea for peace. It was a call to recognize the beauty in their differences, to see the divine reflected in the faces of one another, no matter which path they walked. As she spoke, the flickering lanterns appeared to brighten, illuminating the faces turned toward her, eyes glistening with understanding. In that moment, the tension began to ease, but the air still crackled with uncertainty. What would come next? Would the complex remain a bastion of unity, or would it crack under the weight of division? As the echoes of her words lingered, a choice lay before them all, one that would shape the future of this sacred space and the lives bound to its legacy. With hearts pounding and breaths held, the faithful stood at the crossroads of history, unaware of the monumental journey still ahead. In that culmination of faith, conflict, and hope, the temple complex awaited its next chapter, a powerful narrative woven from the threads of humanity's enduring quest for connection and divinity. The sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the bustling streets of ancient Rome. As the shadows stretched, the clamor of voices rose, a symphony of merchants hawking their wares, children laughing, and citizens exchanging gossip. Yet, amidst this vibrant chaos stood a structure of immense significance: the temple. Its towering columns brushed against the sky like the hands of those reaching for divine favor. People paused, their gazes drawn upward, hearts swelling with awe and reverence. To them, the temple wasn't just stone and mortar. It was a bridge to the gods, a testament to the power of faith, and a cornerstone of urban life. The temple's influence rippled through the urban fabric of Rome, shaping not just the skyline but the very essence of daily existence. Streets twisted and turned, leading toward these sacred sites, as if the city itself was trying to guide every soul toward a moment of divine connection. At its base, citizens gathered, sharing laughter and stories, their lives intertwined with the rituals and practices that echoed within the temple walls. The air thickened with a sense of belonging, each person an integral part of a larger narrative that spanned generations. As twilight cloaked the city, flickering torches lit the way to the temple's entrance. On this particular evening, priests prepared for a ritual that promised to stir the hearts of onlookers. The scent of incense wafted through the air, mingling with the excitement of the crowd. The anticipation was palpable, a collective heartbeat that quickened as the first notes of sacred music filled the space. With every measured step, the priest approached the altar, his robes flowing like water, and the crowd held its breath, captivated by the spectacle. But beneath this glorious surface lay a deeper story, one of power and politics. The temple was not merely a site of worship. It was a tool for the elite, a way to exert influence over the masses. Wealthy citizens commissioned grand temples, their very names etched into the stone, ensuring their legacy would endure long after they vanished from the world. As the city expanded, so too did the temples, each construction a statement, a bold declaration of dominance and devotion. The temples dictated the layout of the surrounding areas, shaping not only how the streets were designed, but how the people interacted with one another. Workers toiled tirelessly, their hands roughened by labor as they carved intricate designs into marble. Each chisel stroke echoed with the dreams and aspirations of those who sought to be remembered, transforming the landscape of Rome into a canvas of devotion. Teams of architects and builders collaborated, their eyes gleaming with the promise of creating something that would stand the test of time. They envisioned not just a temple but a place where the divine and the mortal could converge, where the spiritual could infuse the everyday with meaning. As temples rose, neighborhoods flourished around them. Shops opened, selling everything from fresh produce to exquisite pottery, each storefront a testament to the life that thrived in the shadow of the sacred. The streets pulsed with activity, and the community drew closer, bonded by the shared experience of worship and commerce. The temple served as a magnet, drawing people in, encouraging the mingling of classes, ideas, and cultures. The rich and the poor walked side by side, united in their quest for divine favor, each step echoing the rhythm of a city that was ever evolving. But change often brings conflict. As the temples grew larger and more elaborate, resentment simmered among those who felt overlooked. Voices of dissent began to rise, challenging the notion that one must bow to the gods of the powerful. "What of our needs?" they cried. "What of our voices?" The air crackled with tension, a current threatening to disrupt the harmony that had seemed so integral to Rome's identity. In the shadows of the temple, clandestine meetings took place. Groups huddled together, plotting a new order. They sought to reclaim the streets, to wrestle back the power that had been so tightly held by the elite. The very structure that had once unified them now threatened to divide them. The temple, a beacon of faith, became a battleground for ideas, the cries of the oppressed rising like smoke into the air, seeking to pierce the silence that had settled over the city. On another evening, the air was thick with the scent of rain, and the city prepared for a festival honoring the gods. The temple stood like a sentinel, its grandeur magnified by the flickering light of torches. As the festivities began, the once separate factions mingled, united for a moment by music and dance. Joy erupted, laughter rang out, and for a brief, shining moment, the temple transcended its role as a monument of power. It became a space of shared humanity, a reminder that amidst the political strife, there could still be moments of joy. But as the night wore on, the tension simmered back to the surface. Underneath the laughter, whispered plots brewed, each side preparing for the inevitable clash. Some found solace in the temple's embrace, seeking strength in the divine, while others plotted their rebellion in its shadow. The realization dawned upon the crowd that the temple, though a symbol of hope, could also be a site of turmoil. As dawn broke, the golden light bathed the temple in warmth, illuminating the faces of those who had gathered. Determined and fierce, they stood before the grand structure, their voices rising in unison. It was a moment that would ripple through history, a turning point that would redefine the very fabric of Roman society. With temples as their backdrop, they reclaimed their narrative, transforming the sacred space into a platform for change. The temple continued to stand tall, a witness to the ebb and flow of time, as the city thrummed with the energy of change. Each new stone laid, each new temple built, reflected the pulse of a society in transformation. The structures became more than mere buildings. They were living entities, breathing with the hopes, dreams, and struggles of the people. And as the sun set on yet another day in Rome, the temple cast long shadows, hinting at stories yet untold, emotions yet to be felt, and a city that remained ever dynamic, ever alive. The air was thick with the scent of burnt offerings, the cries of priests echoing off the ancient stone walls, and the flickering flames illuminating faces etched with devotion. Yet, amidst the rituals, a chorus of chants and the clanging of bells, there was an undercurrent of change, a subtle shift that whispered of a different future. The temple stood tall, but its shadow began to stretch long and thin, revealing the cracks in its shimmering facade. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the city, the streets grew alive with murmurs of new ideas that danced around the temple like restless spirits. People who once flocked to worship at its grand altar began to question, their hearts stirred by the winds of change. They spoke of a personal connection to the divine, a relationship that needed no intermediary, no elaborate offerings, and no grand ceremonies. It was as if a soft, persistent voice, a voice of the heart, was echoing through the crowd, urging them to look beyond the marble columns and the meticulously maintained rituals. In homes once filled with the scent of incense and the sound of prayers, families began to gather in quieter, simpler ways. They shared their thoughts under the stars, where the sky felt closer, more personal than any vaulted ceiling. Here, they could speak of their fears, their hopes, and the mysteries of life without the weight of tradition bearing down on them. The temple, once the nexus of their community, felt like a distant memory, a relic of a past that no longer resonated with their evolving beliefs. Young men and women, inspired by the teachings of wandering sages and philosophers, began to walk the streets with scrolls in hand. Their eyes sparkled with passion as they shared ideas that challenged the status quo. They talked of love and compassion, of justice and equality, and their words melted barriers that had stood between them and the temple's age-old doctrines. The temple's influence started to wane, its powerful grip loosening as the people sought something more profound, a spiritual truth that could not be contained within sacred walls. Factions began to form, splintering off from the main body of worship. Some embraced the promise of knowledge, while others clung tightly to tradition, unwilling to let go of what had defined their ancestors. This clash of beliefs ignited fierce debates in the marketplaces, where vendors paused to listen, their wares momentarily forgotten. The air crackled with tension as voices rose and fell, each proclaiming the righteousness of their convictions. Amidst the turmoil, a soft-spoken teacher emerged, challenging the rigidity of the temple's teachings. He spoke not from a pulpit but from the very ground upon which the people walked. His words were like soothing balm, wrapping around the hearts of those who felt lost in the storm of change. "God is not confined to the stone and gold," he said, his voice steady and unwavering. "He resides in every act of kindness, in every moment of love shared between us." As he spoke, eyes widened, and the whispers of dissent grew louder. The temple's priests, once revered as mediators between humanity and the divine, found themselves scrutinized. Accusations of corruption and complacency surfaced, biting at their authority. They clung to their rituals, desperate to retain the belief that their way was the only way. But each ritual felt hollow. The fervor of the faithful began to dim. In the shadows of the temple, a clandestine group met, seeking a path forged by the heart rather than doctrine. They saw the beauty in diversity, the strength in questioning the established norms. Their leader, a woman of fierce intellect and unwavering spirit, gathered them close each night. "We are not here to destroy," she said, her voice low and filled with conviction. "We are here to awaken, to remind the world that faith can be as varied as the stars above us." The nights stretched on, filled with heated discussions and dreams of a new dawn. Arguments flared, hearts raced, and tears fell as the weight of their convictions bore down on them. They felt the world shifting beneath their feet, and their excitement mingled with fear. What would become of them if they turned their backs on the temple? Would they be cast out, abandoned to darkness, or would they find solace in the light of their newfound beliefs? Time marched forward, relentless and unforgiving. The temple, once a beacon of hope, faltered. The great festivals that had drawn thousands began to dwindle, the crowds thinning like the last leaves of autumn. The priests, sensing the growing discontent, tried to rally the faithful, but their voices felt like echoes bouncing off empty walls. The hearts of the people had shifted. Their desires were no longer tethered to the past. Scenes of vibrant discussion turned to hushed conversations in candlelit rooms, nestled within the hearts of the city. The allure of community was undeniable, but the fear of breaking from tradition loomed large. Families faced the rift, torn between the sacred and the personal. A mother wept for her child who dared to question the very fabric of their faith, while that child stood resolute, convinced that love and kindness would lead them home. In these private moments, a soft revolution brewed, a transformation rooted not in anger, but in the quiet insistence of the human spirit. To change the world, they realized they must first begin within. The temple, with its grandeur and its weighty history, was only a chapter in a much larger story, one that spoke of love, resilience, and the unbreakable bond of humanity. As the temple's influence continued its slow decline, the city buzzed with anticipation, poised on the edge of a new era. The streets pulsed with life, brimming with the potential of the unknown. A new doctrine was waiting to be born, one where faith and empathy intertwined, unshackled from the limitations of stone and tradition. The whispers grew louder, encouraging the disenchanted and the hopeful alike to embrace the change that was coming. And just beyond the horizon, the dawn of something extraordinary awaited. The sun dipped low over the city of Rome, casting long shadows across the ancient stones that had borne witness to centuries of worship and sacrifice. The Temple of Jupiter stood proudly atop the Capitoline Hill, its majestic pillars rising like the arms of a giant, beckoning to the heavens. For generations, it was a sanctuary where the faithful gathered to honor the King of the gods, a place where the air was thick with the scent of incense and the echoes of prayers mingled with the sounds of rituals performed in reverence. But a storm was brewing, not of wind or rain, but of belief. Change was whispering through the streets, a tide of faith that would sweep away the old and bring forth the new. In the bustling agora below, merchants shouted their wares, and children played with laughter that rang like bells in the warm afternoon air. Yet, there was an undercurrent of unease, a subtle tension that seemed to pulse beneath the surface. The followers of Christ, once a small and ridiculed sect, grew bolder each day, their message of love and redemption spreading like wildfire. They spoke of a new kingdom, not one bound by the power of the sword, but one that promised hope and eternal life. Shifting loyalties and clandestine meetings filled the nights, as shadows flickered against the walls, plotting a future that would reshape the very soul of Rome. Inside the Grand Temple, the flickering torches cast eerie shadows across the marble floors, illuminating statues of Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, their carved faces frozen in time. The priests, draped in ceremonial robes, moved with practiced grace, their voices rising in chants, invoking the gods to bless the city. Yet, a creeping sense of dread loomed like a storm cloud. The priests could sense it, a change in the air, a shift in the hearts of the people. The once ardent worshippers no longer filled the temple. They were drawn away, enticed by promises of a faith that spoke to their deepest fears and hopes. Lucius, a young priest of Jupiter, felt the weight of this change pressing down on him like a heavy cloak. He had devoted his life to serving the great god, his hands stained with the blood of sacrifices and his heart filled with stories of triumph and valor. But as he stood before the altar, he could hear the whispers of the new believers echoing in his mind, a soft murmur that questioned everything he had known. It gnawed at his spirit, a constant reminder that the world was shifting beneath his feet. As night fell, the temple grew quiet, the last remnants of worship fading into the stillness. Outside, the sounds of laughter and songs filled the air, a celebration of life that seemed to mock the solemnity of the temple. Lucius stepped outside, his heart racing, drawn to the flickering lights and joyous voices. A gathering of Christians had formed in the nearby square, their faces illuminated by the firelight, hands raised in praise. They sang of love, a love that knew no bounds, a love that invited even the most broken to find solace. His chest tightened as he watched them. There was a rawness to their faith, an authenticity that he hadn't felt in his own rituals for years. As if sensing his gaze, a woman among the crowd locked eyes with him. A flicker of recognition passed between them. Her name was Helena, a former devotee of the old gods. She had left the temple, drawn by the promise of something more profound, more real. In that moment, Lucius felt himself teetering on the edge of a chasm, the pull of his past wrestling with the allure of an uncertain future. The next day, as the sun rose over Rome, it brought with it whispers of insurrection. The Temple of Jupiter, once a symbol of divine power, now stood as a remnant of a fading era. The streets buzzed with talk of the emperor's decree, a new edict that would grant legal status to the Christian faith while relegating the old gods to the shadows. Lucius could feel the fear creeping back into the hearts of the priests. They gathered in secret, their faces etched with worry as they debated their next steps. The cries for unity echoed in the chamber, but the splintering beliefs among them were palpable, like a fragile thread straining against a growing weight. And then, in a moment charged with emotion and desperation, Lucius took a stand. He spoke of the love he had seen in the eyes of the Christians, of the hope that radiated from their gatherings. His words fell like stones in a still pond, sending ripples of uncertainty through the room. Some nodded, their hearts stirred by his passion, while others scowled, fearful of losing everything they had ever known. The walls of the temple, adorned with the tales of gods and heroes, seemed to lean in closer, listening to the hearts of men torn between tradition and transformation. As days turned into weeks, the fate of the Temple of Jupiter hung in the balance. The Christians grew more fervent, their numbers swelling as they gathered openly, sharing stories of miracles and salvation. The temple, once bustling with the rituals of old, now felt empty and hollow, a shell of its former self. The priests grew desperate, clinging to fading memories of glory, while Lucius wandered the streets, caught between two worlds. One fateful evening, the final act took place. The Christians gathered under the cover of the night, their voices rising in a crescendo of faith, drowning out the echoes of the past. Lucius found himself drawn into the crowd, the warmth of their beliefs wrapping around him like a comforting embrace. He stood there, a silent witness to a moment that would forever change the course of history. In the distance, the grand silhouette of the Temple of Jupiter loomed, its once mighty pillars now trembling against the weight of an impending fate. The air was thick with tension, a storm of emotions swirling through the hearts of those present. Lucius felt the tremors beneath his feet as the world shifted once more, the old gods fading into the shadows while a new light began to shine. The temple was no longer merely a building of stone. It was a battleground, a sacred site where faith collided and transformed. As the night deepened, the temple's fate was sealed in the hearts of men who faced the dawn of a new era. A new faith was emerging, one that would one day reshape the very fabric of civilization, leaving behind the echoes of a once great empire, forever changed. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced across the scorched earth of an ancient site, a forgotten world waiting to breathe again. Each grain of sand whispered tales of a civilization long lost, its stories etched in the very bones of the earth. As the archaeologists knelt in the dust, their hearts raced, the air thick with anticipation. What lay beneath the surface held the promise of history, a treasure trove of humanity's past, waiting silently to reveal itself. With every careful scrape of the trowel, they unearthed fragments of pottery, each piece a window into daily life, adorned with intricate designs that spoke of artistry and culture. One shard, a delicate piece with swirling patterns, caught the light just right, igniting a spark of wonder. Could this have belonged to a revered figure? A feast celebrated? Each artifact they uncovered told a story, igniting their imaginations like embers catching fire. As they dug deeper, a sudden clang echoed through the air. A metal detector had picked up something significant. The excitement was palpable, a jolt of electricity coursing through the group. They gathered around as the lead archaeologist carefully removed the earth, revealing a small, rusted chest. Time stood still. All they could hear was the pounding of their hearts. With trembling hands, they pried it open, revealing a trove of coins, each one inscribed with markings from a forgotten empire. The history of trade, of power, of lives lived and lost was now in their hands. But the chest was merely the beginning. The site revealed layers upon layers of time. In one corner, they found the foundation of a long-buried structure, perhaps a temple, its stones worn but still proud. The sight of those aged bricks, some still adorned with remnants of color, sent shivers down their spines. How many prayers had been whispered here? How many rituals celebrated? The air thickened with reverence as the team imagined the lives of those who had once walked this ground, their hopes and dreams woven into the very fabric of the place. Just when despair threatened to creep in with the mundane, a glimmer caught the eye of a young intern. Half buried in the soil was a beautifully crafted statue, its features strikingly human, the gaze penetrating. As they cleared away the dirt, the statue revealed itself. A figure of a woman, arms outstretched as if in supplication or perhaps celebration. The intricate details were breathtaking. The slight curve of her lips seemed to speak of both joy and sorrow. Who was she? A goddess? A queen? The questions filled the air, mingling with the dust motes that danced in the sunlight. As they gathered for lunch, they shared stories not just of their findings, but of their dreams. Each person was transformed, their lives intertwined with the echoes of the past. They spoke of a mysterious inscription found on a weathered stone, a riddle that had captured their imaginations. It hinted at a hidden chamber, perhaps a burial site or a vault of treasures, somewhere within the site. The thrill of the unknown loomed large, a magnetic pull that drew them together, closer to the heart of the mystery. The afternoon sun began to dip, casting a golden glow that turned the site into something ethereal. Shadows lengthened, and with them, an undeniable tension filled the air. They returned to digging, each stroke of the shovel feeling heavier with purpose. Every sound seemed amplified: the crack of a twig, the distant call of a bird, the rustle of the wind. And then the ground gave way. A section of earth collapsed, revealing a dark void below. It was a hidden chamber, untouched by time. A collective gasp echoed among the team as they peered into the darkness, their flashlights revealing glimmering treasures. Gold ornaments, delicate beads, and cryptic scrolls. The scrolls, faded but legible, seemed to hold knowledge that had been lost for centuries. They had stumbled upon a burial site, a resting place filled with the belongings of someone of great importance. The atmosphere was electric, a mix of fear and exhilaration. As they cautiously descended into the chamber, they felt a profound connection to the past. Every object they touched resonated with energy, stories alive in their fingertips. The sense of discovery pulsated like a heartbeat. They were not just uncovering artifacts, but the very essence of what it meant to be human. The echoes of laughter, of tears, of love and loss swirled in the air around them, almost tangible. Hours passed, but time felt irrelevant. They meticulously documented their findings, the excitement blending into a heady rush. Each step deeper into the chamber felt like stepping into another world, a realm of dreams and echoes. The chamber appeared to extend infinitely, revealing more wonders at every turn. The walls were adorned with carvings that seemed to tell a story of a great hero, a battle fought long ago, or perhaps a tale of love that transcended time. And then, a rush of wind swept through the chamber, sending a chill down their spines. It felt like a whisper, a voice beckoning them to listen closely. They turned to one another, eyes wide in disbelief. The moment hung in the air, thick with anticipation, as if the very spirits of the past had gathered around them, urging them to uncover more. With hearts racing, they followed the path deeper into the darkness, where shadows danced like ghosts. What lay ahead was uncertain, but the thrill of discovery ignited a fire within them. Each heartbeat pulsed with the promise of more revelations, more connections to a time long past. The past was not just history. It was alive, breathing, and waiting to be understood. The team found themselves at a crossroads, where the weight of history pressed against them, daring them to unlock the next chapter of this story that was far from over. Beneath a blanket of stars, the remnants of the Temple of Jupiter stood defiantly against the night sky, its weathered stones whispering stories of gods, power, and the passage of time. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and history, each breath filled with the unspoken echoes of worship, sacrifice, and the fading glory of an ancient world. Once, this grand edifice had been the pride of Rome, a sanctuary dedicated to the king of the gods. Now, in the heavy atmosphere of the Middle Ages, it had become a shadow of its former self, a relic caught between the fading light of pagan belief and the rising tide of Christianity. As the sun dipped behind the horizon, casting a warm glow over the crumbling columns, a group of villagers gathered around the temple, their faces illuminated by flickering torches. They spoke in hushed tones, their voices trembling with a mix of reverence and fear. To them, the temple was no longer a place of worship but a haunted site, a monument to forgotten deities. Stories of strange happenings and ghostly apparitions swirled among them, tales of ancient spirits trapped within stone, longing for the prayers that had once filled the air. In those darkened corners, the temple transformed, reshaping itself in the minds of those who dared to approach. It became a battleground of belief, where the old ways clashed with the new. The villagers, swayed by the fervent passion of the clergy, began to see Jupiter as a symbol of heathenism, an affront to their newfound faith. Yet, there lingered a fascination, a flicker of nostalgia for the vibrant rituals that had once animated the temple's grand halls. The church, in its bid to erase the remnants of paganism, sought to reclaim the site. With every stone that was repurposed, every altar that was dismantled, the legacy of Jupiter was buried deeper. Yet, the very act of destruction birthed a new form of reverence. The temple stones were repurposed into Christian chapels, their ancient forms now sanctified under a new light. The shadow of Jupiter lingered, however, etched into the very fabric of these new structures. They carried with them the spirit of a time when gods walked among men and destiny was written by the hands of the divine. In the bustling market square nearby, tales of the temple's transformation spread like wildfire. Merchants spoke of a mysterious stone that had glowed with an ethereal light, a remnant of Jupiter's power still flickering in a world that had turned its back on him. Children listened wide-eyed as elders recounted the time when the temple was alive with offerings and vibrant celebrations. For them, the temple was not just a relic but a bridge to a past filled with magic and wonder. A past that felt tantalizingly close yet heartbreakingly distant. As the years rolled on, the Temple of Jupiter became a canvas for the stories of the people. With every passing season, it morphed, not just in structure but in meaning. The villagers began to weave their own traditions into the fabric of the temple's history. They celebrated the harvest under its arches, lighting candles and placing them on the stones, as if to offer a nod of gratitude to the gods of old, even as they knelt in prayer to the new one. Each flicker of flame was a tribute, a spark of the old faith refusing to be snuffed out completely. The air crackled with a bittersweet tension, a reminder of the struggles between tradition and change. This unyielding spirit of the old gods pulsed through the community, binding them together in ways they could scarcely understand. Amidst the chaos of transformation, a monk named Elias roamed the temple's shadows, searching for signs of the past. With his weathered hands, he traced the carvings of forgotten symbols, feeling a connection to something larger than himself. The temple spoke to him in a language of stone and spirit, urging him to remember the beauty of what had been. Each night, as he lit a candle before a makeshift altar of Christian saints, he whispered prayers for Jupiter, acknowledging the echoes of ancient wisdom that still resonated in the world. The villagers watched him with a mix of awe and suspicion. Some believed he had succumbed to the whispers of the old gods, while others applauded his desire to honor the temple's history. In their hearts, they felt a tug of uncertainty, a war within themselves as they navigated their own beliefs. One fateful evening, a storm brewed on the horizon, threatening to drown the village in chaos. Thunder rumbled like a distant war drum, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. As the villagers huddled together in fear, a blinding flash of lightning struck the temple, illuminating it in an otherworldly glow. Gasps echoed through the crowd as they beheld a vision, a figure emerging from the stone, draped in robes that shimmered like stars. It was a moment suspended in time, where belief and disbelief danced together. Was it a trick of the light? A manifestation of their collective fears and hopes? The air buzzed with electric energy, and for an instant, the veil between the past and the present thinned. They stood at the precipice of faith, their hearts racing at the possibility that the gods of old had not forsaken them after all. As the figure slowly faded back into the stone, the villagers were left breathless, haunted by the weight of what they had witnessed. They could feel Jupiter's presence lingering, an unshakable bond that connected them to a history that refused to fade. In that moment, the temple was reborn, not just as a relic of a bygone era, but as a living testament to the resilience of faith and the enduring power of memory. And so, the Temple of Jupiter, once a place of worship, evolved into a symbol of transformation. Within its weathered stones lay the stories of countless lives intertwined, a legacy carved into the very essence of the village. Each stone held a secret, each shadow a story, as the temple stood witness to the relentless tide of human experience, forever caught between the echoes of what was and the hopes of what could be. The sun blazed brightly over Florence, casting long shadows on the cobblestone streets where merchants shouted and artists sketched the world around them. Among the bustling crowds, a young apprentice named Luca clutched a worn sketchbook, his heart racing with dreams of greatness. He stood before the grand facade of the Cathedral of Santa Maria del Fiore, his breath taken away by its soaring domes and intricate carvings. It wasn't just a building. It was a hymn to human achievement, embodying the spirit of an age hungry for knowledge and beauty. As Luca traced the outlines of the cathedral with his pencil, he couldn't shake the feeling of being part of something far greater. The Renaissance, a vibrant rebirth of art and culture, was in full swing, breathing new life into the remnants of ancient civilization. The temple in this context wasn't merely a structure of stone and marble. It was a symbol, a canvas where the collective dreams of humanity unfolded. Artists were not just painters or sculptors. They were alchemists, transforming their visions into tangible form. In the workshops along the Arno River, the air was thick with the scent of linseed oil and fresh paint. Masters like Michelangelo and Botticelli were at work, their hands moving with a blend of grace and urgency. Michelangelo, with his chiseled features and intense gaze, was carving out the figures of a biblical scene from a massive block of marble. Each strike of his chisel echoed through the workshop, a heartbeat resonating with the pulse of creativity. He was breathing life into stone, and in that moment, the ancient temple of knowledge and artistry was being rebuilt. Meanwhile, Botticelli sat in a sun-drenched corner, painting the birth of Venus. His brush danced across the canvas as he captured the ethereal beauty of the goddess emerging from the sea. The colors were vibrant, pulsing with an energy that seemed to leap from the canvas. As he painted, the world faded, and all that existed was Venus, poised to reclaim her place in a society that had, for centuries, relegated the divine to the shadows of myth. Botticelli's vision was more than just an artwork. It was a rekindling of faith in beauty, love, and the power of the human spirit. In the depths of scholarly libraries, men like Leonardo da Vinci pored over ancient texts, their pages yellowed and fragile. Here, knowledge was sacred, a temple of wisdom waiting to be rediscovered. Leonardo, with his insatiable curiosity, sought to blend art and science, believing that the divine could be understood through observation and experimentation. His sketches of flying machines and anatomical studies revealed a profound thirst for understanding the world. The Temple of Learning, once hidden under layers of dogma, was now being unearthed by minds eager to explore the mysteries of existence. In Rome, the majestic St. Peter's Basilica was taking shape, a monumental testament to human aspiration. Artists and architects, driven by a shared vision, worked tirelessly to erect a structure that would symbolize not just the Catholic Church, but the very essence of humanity's quest for divine connection. The towering dome, designed by Michelangelo, would rise high above the city, a beacon of hope and inspiration. It was as if the heavens themselves were being invited to touch the earth, bridging the gap between the mortal and the divine. While artists and scholars breathed new life into ancient ideals, the common people felt the pulse of this renaissance in their own lives. Street performers and poets emerged, inspired by the vibrant atmosphere. They filled the marketplaces with laughter and stories, celebrating the beauty of everyday life. The temple of culture was no longer confined to the elite. It spilled into the streets, where everyone could partake in the joy of expression. Yet, with this revival came a tension that crackled in the air. The church, a powerful force, sought to maintain its grip, wary of the tide of new ideas that threatened to wash over its authority. A clash was inevitable. Artists like Caravaggio began to challenge traditional representations, portraying saints and biblical figures in raw, human forms. The light and shadow in his paintings were not just techniques. They were a reflection of the struggle between faith and doubt, divine and earthly. In his world, the holy and the flawed coexisted, and the temple of faith was both exalted and questioned. As the Renaissance progressed, the temple of art and culture expanded beyond the borders of Italy. Scholars and artists traveled to other parts of Europe, carrying the torch of the new ideals. They ignited a fire in places like Spain and France, where the ideas of humanism and revival of classical antiquity began to take hold. The temple was no longer a singular structure. It became an intricate network of creativity and thought, wrapping around the continent like a vine seeking sunlight. The year was now 1512, and the Sistine Chapel was nearing completion. Michelangelo, weary yet determined, balanced precariously on scaffolding, painting the ceiling with scenes that would echo through the ages. Each stroke told a story, a tapestry woven from the threads of humanity's greatest hopes and fears. The creation of Adam, a moment frozen in time where the divine reaches out to the human, became a defining image of the era. The Temple of Art was no longer just a backdrop. It was alive, a participant in the unfolding drama of life. In this bustling world, the temple became a sanctuary for those seeking truth and beauty, a space where creativity flourished against the backdrop of conflict and change. It drew in the weary souls, the dreamers and the doubters, inviting them to partake in a symphony of human experience. The resonance of their voices echoed like a choir in the grand halls of history, each note adding to the rich tapestry of the Renaissance. And as the sun set over Florence, casting a golden hue on the ancient stone, the whispers of the temple lingered in the air, beckoning all who dared to listen. The story was far from over. It was merely a chapter in a grand narrative that would spill into the future, intertwining the threads of art, culture, and humanity in an endless dance. The temples of knowledge and creativity would continue to rise, stronger and more vibrant, fueled by the dreams of those who dared to reach for the divine. The air was thick with anticipation, a tension that crackled like the first spark of a fire. Within the dimly lit rooms of an academic conference, scholars gathered like moths around a flame, their eyes shining with the hunger for knowledge, for revelations. They were here to dissect the layers of history, to peel back the stories that had been told and retold. Centered in their discussions was an unparalleled monument, a testament to faith, power, and resilience. The temple. The temple had not merely been a structure. It was the very heart of a civilization, a symbol of longing and belonging. But in the modern age, it held more than sacred significance. It had become a battleground of interpretation, where scholars wielded their pens like swords, fighting over the narratives that shaped cultures. The temple stones had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the whispers of priests, and the cries of the faithful. But now, in the hands of historians, those stones were subject to scrutiny, analysis, and sometimes harsh revision. One scholar, a passionate young woman named Miriam, felt the weight of history as she stood before her peers. Her heart raced as she spoke, her voice trembling with fervor. The temple was not merely a building. It was a reflection of the society that built it. Each stone was a heartbeat, a prayer, a story. Her words hung in the air, pulling everyone closer, drawing them into the world she painted with her voice. And yet, the room was filled with tension, as seasoned historians countered her. But what of the critical perspectives? A gray-haired man shot back, his brow furrowed with intensity. We cannot ignore the complexities of power dynamics, the socio-political landscapes that influenced its construction and destruction. The debate swirled around the room, rising and falling like waves crashing against a cliff, each voice adding to the cacophony of thoughts and emotions. As the conversation continued, the temple transformed in their imaginations. It became a living entity, pulsating with the emotions of those who had walked its sacred grounds. Was it a divine abode, a symbol of hope, or a stark reminder of oppression? Miriam felt a shiver run down her spine as she contemplated the stories that remained untold. The narratives of those who were marginalized, the voices of the oppressed, had often been silenced in the grand tapestry of history. As the scholars debated, the specters of those forgotten souls hovered, demanding to be acknowledged. In their discussions, a pattern emerged. The temple was not static. It adapted, transformed, and morphed through time. The interpretations were as varied as the individuals who studied it. Some viewed it through the lens of archaeology, piecing together fragments of the past with meticulous care, while others approached it from a theological standpoint, searching for the divine in every stone. Yet, with each interpretation came a new revision, a reshaping of history that could ignite passions and provoke outrage. There was a palpable tension when a bold historian, Samuel, stood to challenge the status quo. What if we consider the temple as a symbol of conflict rather than peace? He posed, his voice steady yet provocative. Gasps echoed in the room as the implications sank in. It has been the center of division, a source of strife among communities. With each word, he crafted a narrative of complexity, urging his audience to reconsider their understanding of the temple's legacy. The implications of Samuel's argument rippled through the audience, igniting a firestorm of debate. Miriam felt her heart race. How could something so revered also carry the weight of division? But wasn't that the beauty of history? It was not a single narrative but a tapestry woven from countless threads, each representing a different story, a different truth. Outside the conference hall, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the city. It felt as if the very earth was listening, holding its breath in anticipation of the words spoken within. The temple, both an object of worship and a subject of contention, loomed large in the minds of those gathered. Each interpretation bore the fingerprints of its time, shaped by the prevailing ideologies and cultural movements of the era. As arguments flared and emotions ran high, the air was thick with the weight of history. The scholars were examining not just the temple, but the very essence of what it meant to belong to a faith, a culture, a community. The temple had endured, but the stories around it were fluid and ever-changing. Each historian, with their ink-stained fingers, had the power to alter its narrative, to breathe new life into old stones. The room filled with a sense of urgency as Miriam rose again, her voice breaking through the chaos. Let us not forget the humanity behind the narratives. The temple was built by people for people. We owe it to those who came before us to honor their stories, to let their voices ring out. Her words struck a chord, resonating deeply with the audience. The scholars paused, reflecting on their own motivations, the reason they had dedicated their lives to the pursuit of knowledge. In that moment, the walls of the conference room felt like they were closing in. The stakes were higher than mere academic debate. They were wrestling with the essence of identity and memory. The temple was not just a relic. It was a living testament to the complexities of human experience. Tension simmered, and the discussion circled back to the temple's future as interpretations shifted and morphed like the shadows cast by the fading light. Would future generations continue to reinterpret its significance? Would the voices of the marginalized rise to challenge the dominant narratives that had long held sway? Miriam felt the exhilaration of possibility as the conversation swirled around her, a whirlwind of thought and emotion. The debate was far from over. It was just beginning. Outside, the city breathed with life, echoing the struggles and triumphs of those who had walked its streets. The temple, ever resilient, stood tall, a silent witness to the stories yet to unfold. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable energy that crackled as if the very stones of the temple knew their own past. The temple stood majestically, its worn stones whispering tales of centuries gone by, where every corner echoed with the fervent prayers and solemn sacrifices of countless faithful. This was not just a building. It was a sanctuary, a divine meeting place woven into the very fabric of spirituality. The sun cast a golden hue over its towering columns, illuminating its significance not just for the people of ancient times, but for generations to come. As dusk fell, shadows danced along the walls, reminding the faithful of the sacrifices made here. Lambs bleating, incense wafting upward, prayers rising like smoke. The temple was a symbol of connection, bridging the divine and the mundane. It set the stage for rituals that would ripple through history, shaping beliefs that still resonate today. The echoes of worshippers could be heard in the silence, a haunting melody of devotion that would linger in the hearts of those who followed. In the centuries that followed its destruction, the temple's legacy morphed and evolved, transforming into a cornerstone of Western religious practices. Its rituals and festivals birthed new traditions, intertwining with emerging faiths, each adopting elements of the sacred rites once performed within its walls. From the shimmering lights of Passover to the solemnity of Yom Kippur, the remnants of those ancient practices bled into the fabric of Western spirituality, coloring it with the hues of history and faith. The early Christians, standing at the crossroads of faith and tradition, looked to the temple not just as a relic of the past, but as a blueprint for their own spiritual expression. The Last Supper, a pivotal moment in Christian history, echoed the ancient Passover meal, drawing upon the significance of shared bread and wine. Those simple elements transformed into the body and blood of Christ, a ritual resonating with the deep longing for communion that originated in the sacred space of the temple. The influence of the temple pressed onward, leaving imprints on the rituals of the Catholic Church, where the Mass emerged as a reenactment of the Last Supper. The incense that once curled up in the temple now rose in cathedrals, a sensory reminder of the divine presence. The ornate altars mirrored the ancient sacrificial table, each element steeped in meaning, a bridge connecting believers to something greater than themselves. As the flames of the Reformation ignited, different branches of Christianity emerged, each interpreting the temple's legacy in unique ways. The Protestant emphasis on the Word became a direct response to the perceived excesses of the Catholic tradition. Yet, even in this shift, the temple's influence was unmistakable. The simplicity of the meeting house echoed the temple's focus on communal worship, while the sermons that filled the air sought to illuminate spiritual truths that had unfolded for millennia. But the temple's reach extended beyond the bounds of Christianity. In the heart of the Western world, Judaism continued to thrive, its rituals steeped in the memory of the temple. The longing for a restored temple became a central theme in Jewish thought, a symbol of hope for the future. The prayers recited in synagogues today, their roots twisting back to the rituals of the temple, are imbued with a sense of yearning, a deeply emotional tether to a time when the divine felt closer, tangible. Moreover, the temple's architectural brilliance inspired the grand cathedrals of Europe, where soaring arches and stained glass windows sought to evoke the same sense of awe that the temple once commanded. Pilgrims traveled from far and wide, not just to admire these structures, but to feel the weight of history resting upon them. Each footfall on the cold stone floors resonated with the prayers of millions, a testament to the enduring influence of that sacred space. Through the centuries, the power of the temple's influence ebbed and flowed, yet it remained steadfast in its ability to evoke profound emotions. The rituals, songs, and prayers crafted within its walls became a shared language of faith, transcending time and geography. In the modern age, people still find themselves drawn to the rituals that echo the past, celebrating the cycles of life, the turning of seasons, and the moments of reflection that connect them to something larger than themselves. Even in a world of rapid change and fleeting trends, the temple's essence persists. Spiritual seekers, feeling the weight of the world on their shoulders, often turn to ancient practices, seeking solace in the rhythms established long ago. Meditation, prayer, and communal gatherings find their roots in the sacredness of the temple, creating a tapestry of spirituality that threads through the fabric of contemporary life. The emotional pull of the sacred is undeniable. From the quiet solitude of a candlelit vigil to the joyful exuberance of a festival, the temple's spirit lives through the gestures of devotion, reminding humanity of its shared yearning for meaning. Each heart that beats in prayer, each voice that rises in song, is a continuation of the story that began within those ancient walls. The temple's influence on subsequent Western religious practices is not just a series of historical events. It is a living, breathing testament to the power of belief and community. It is an ongoing narrative, woven through time, inviting every soul to reflect on the profound connection between the finite and the infinite. As the lights dimmed in ancient times and the faithful departed, the sounds of their footsteps echoed into the night, a haunting reminder of their hopes, dreams, and the primal need to touch the divine. With every passing generation, the story continued to unfold, as potent and relevant as ever. The temple, in all its glory and sorrow, stood as a reminder that the longing for connection with the divine is timeless, a thread that binds the past, present, and future into one continuous, vibrant tapestry of faith. In a time long past, beneath the weight of vast, open skies, the sound of ritual echoes filled the air, and incense curled like whispers around ancient pillars. A figure stood at the entrance of a grand temple, the marble glistening under the relentless sun, every inch a testament to devotion and the power of belief. This was no ordinary shrine. This was a sanctuary dedicated to Jupiter, the king of gods, presiding over the Roman pantheon. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the temple's facade, the gaze began to stretch beyond these stone walls, reaching across the sands of time and the oceans that divided cultures. Consider the temples of Jupiter in distant lands, where the essence of reverence took many forms, each echoing the same fervent worship but wrapped in unique cultural threads. In ancient Greece, the Temple of Zeus loomed large on Mount Olympus, its majestic columns standing like sentinels over the mortal world. Here, among the echoes of the past, the spirit of Jupiter found a brother in Zeus, both wielding thunderbolts and casting judgment upon humanity. The Greeks sculpted their devotion into marble, each statue telling tales of strength and power. The sacrifices held within were not mere offerings, but rather the act of binding the divine to the mortal realm. A shared heartbeat resonated between the two cultures, where the divine was not only revered but feared, each temple a connection to the unseen forces that shaped their destinies. As the sun rose over the temples of Jupiter in the heart of Rome, whispers of another tradition stirred in the air. Across the Mediterranean, in the lands of ancient Egypt, the towering presence of Ammonius-Ra offered a different expression of the divine. Here, amidst the soaring columns of Karnak, the pharaohs would bow their heads, invoking the sun god's might. They built temples that mirrored the vastness of the cosmos, aligning with celestial bodies, crafting a dialogue between the heavens and the earth. Ammonius-Ra and Jupiter, though distant in geography, stood united in the hearts of their followers, both embodying the authority of the skies, commanding respect and inspiring awe. In the far reaches of the ancient world, the echoes of Jupiter's power resonated in the sacred spaces dedicated to Indra in India. Underneath the colossal peaks of the Himalayas, temples dedicated to this thunderous god flourished, adorned with intricate carvings celebrating his victories over chaos and darkness. Indra, the rainbringer, held dominion over thunder and lightning, much like Jupiter. Festivals erupted in vibrant colors, with the skies illuminated by the sparks of devotion. The connection between these deities, though wrapped in different myths and legends, resonated through the ages, revealing a web of shared human experience, the quest for protection, prosperity, and enlightenment. As the day waned, the fires burned bright in the temples of Jupiter, but they also flickered in the heart of Mesoamerica, where the deity Tezcatlipoca reigned supreme. Here, in the shadow of grand pyramids, sacrifices painted the skies with smoke and fervor as worshippers called upon their god of the night. These ceremonies, steeped in emotion, were not merely rituals. They were bonds that tied the earthly to the celestial. Tezcatlipoca and Jupiter, apart by oceans, yet linked by the common thread of celestial authority and the human longing for connection with the divine. Beyond the pyramids, in the land of the Norse, the mighty Thor wielded his hammer with a fierce passion, echoing the divine characteristics of Jupiter. Great halls adorned with intricate carvings celebrated battles and victories, drawing parallels between the two gods. Thor's strength was revered in temples that whispered tales of thunder and lightning. As storms roared and skies darkened, worshippers gathered to honor their protector, the embodiment of courage standing tall alongside Jupiter. The stories of thunder gods, transcending cultures, unfolded as a tapestry woven with the threads of shared mythology, revealing a universal yearning for strength and guidance in times of turmoil. Amidst this rich tapestry, the temples grew not just as structures of worship, but as symbols of the human spirit's resilience. Each stone laid down carried the weight of hopes, fears, and dreams. The air was thick with emotions, palpable in the sacrifices made and the prayers uttered. In every corner of the earth where the essence of Jupiter was celebrated, a fire burned in the hearts of the faithful. The pulse of the temples echoed the rhythm of life itself, intertwining the sacred with the mundane, the divine with the earthly. As dusk descended, painting the world in shades of longing, the temples of Jupiter in their various forms stood as lighthouses for the lost, guiding them through the storms of existence. The rituals performed within their walls transcended time, drawing people closer to understanding their place in the universe. Each temple, regardless of geography or culture, whispered the same age-old truth: the need for connection to something greater than oneself, a longing to touch the divine, to find solace in faith. And thus, The narrative of the temples continued to weave through history, each thread a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity. The reverence for Jupiter and his counterparts lingered in the air, a dance of devotion stretching across the continents, unfurling stories like petals in the wind. This vast web of worship intertwined cultures, igniting a fire of belief that refused to be extinguished. As the world turned, the temples stood steadfast, their stories forever echoing, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. A timeless call to the hearts of those who dared to dream and believe. The camera pans over the ruins of the Temple of Jupiter, bathed in the golden light of dusk, captures not just stone and mortar, but whispers of a time when gods walked among mortals. A chilling wind rustles through the ancient pillars, carrying with it the echoes of prayers long forgotten. This is not just a monument. It's a stage upon which legends unfold, a backdrop to stories that have gripped the imagination for centuries. From the moment the first scene unfolds, the Temple of Jupiter stands as a symbol of power and divinity. In countless films, it becomes a beacon for heroes and villains alike, a place where destinies are forged amidst the clash of fate. It is the imposing figure in epic tales, where the stakes are as high as the sky. One can almost feel the tension crackle in the air as characters approach this formidable sight, their hearts beating in synchrony with the echoes of ancient rituals. In literature, the temple breathes life into narratives, serving as a setting where philosophical debates about gods and humanity unfold. Great minds pen dialogues in its shadow, contemplating the moral fabric of existence. The thrill of a battle against fate or a heartfelt plea for mercy reverberates through the very stones. Readers can almost see the flickering torchlight dancing upon the walls, casting shadows that seem to come alive with every turn of the page. The temple's presence in popular culture is not merely ornamental. It is foundational. From mythic tales to modern blockbusters, its grandeur captivates filmmakers who weave intricate stories around its once sacred grounds. Imagine a hero, driven by vengeance, standing amidst its ruins, only to realize that true strength comes not from power but from understanding the past. The audience holds its breath, feeling the weight of history pressing down, a reminder of the cyclical nature of humanity's struggles. A chilling scene unfolds in a gripping thriller where the temple is a hidden sanctuary, concealing dark secrets. The camera zooms in on a weathered inscription, words that seem to pulse with the haunting memories of those who once sought divine favor. Viewers find themselves on the edge of their seats, pulses racing as the hero races against time to uncover the truth nestled within the silent stones. Each frame teeters between dread and hope, the fate of the characters hanging by a thread just like the ancient prayers once offered here. The temple's imagery resonates in the art of storytelling, capturing the human experience in its rawest form. It stands as a monument to ambition and despair, inviting characters to confront their greatest fears and deepest desires. In poetry, verses flow with the weight of reverence, weaving the temple into the fabric of dreams and nightmares alike. Readers can almost feel the dusty air, heavy with the scent of age, as they are drawn into the emotional landscape where gods and men collide. As the sun sets, casting long shadows across its marbled floor, the temple serves as a poignant reminder of the fleeting nature of glory. In animated features, it transforms into a vibrant world where imagination knows no bounds. Children gaze in awe as they watch heroes soar through the skies, their adventures laced with lessons of courage and friendship. The temple, with its towering presence, becomes a character in its own right, guiding young minds through epic quests of self-discovery. In video games, players embark on treacherous adventures, navigating the very halls where ancient rituals once transpired. The thrill of exploration pulses through their veins as they uncover artifacts and solve puzzles, each piece revealing more about the mighty Jupiter and the worshippers who sought his blessings. The excitement of discovery, coupled with the rich tapestry of history, creates an immersive experience that beckons players to return again and again. Music also finds its muse in the temple's grandeur. Composers craft haunting melodies that evoke the emotions tied to this ancient site, drawing listeners into a world where time stands still. The soaring strings and thundering percussion mirror the grandeur of Jupiter himself, instilling a sense of awe and reverence. Each note resonates with the stories of the past, making hearts race and spirits soar. In a dramatic twist, a modern retelling of ancient myths showcases the temple as a battleground for the gods, where ancient powers clash amidst the ruins. The cinematography captures the intensity of divine fury, with breathtaking visuals that leave audiences breathless. The haunting narrative twists and turns, echoing the chaotic dance of fate, leaving viewers questioning not just the characters' destinies, but their own place in the universe. As twilight deepens into night, the Temple of Jupiter stands resolute, a sentinel of time. It beckons not just as a relic of the past, but as a vivid reminder of humanity's undying quest for meaning. In the hands of storytellers, it evolves, intertwining with the lives of those who seek understanding and connection. Each tale, whether spun from the minds of screenwriters or scribes, adds a layer to its already rich history. With every captivating portrayal, the temple invites audiences to ponder their own beliefs, to reflect on their own struggles, and to seek their own truths. The emotional current runs deep, pulling at the heartstrings, leaving behind a longing for more. Characters rise and fall, dreams are built and shattered, but the temple remains, an unyielding witness to the chaos of life and the serenity of divine presence. The flickering flames of imagination dance around the temple's ancient stones, setting the stage for new tales to unfold. The stories may be different, but the core remains the same, a relentless pursuit of meaning in a world brimming with uncertainty. And as the screen fades to black or the page turns, the echoes of Jupiter's legacy linger, promising that the stories of the past are never truly over. They merely wait for the next storyteller to breathe them back to life. The sun cast a golden hue over the crumbling stones of the ancient temple, illuminating its weathered facade, where every crack told a story of ages long past. A gentle breeze whispered through the ruins, carrying with it echoes of prayers and rituals once fervently performed within these sacred walls. This was not merely a collection of stones stacked upon one another. It was a testament to human devotion, artistry, and a society that flourished and then faded away into the mists of time. Among the remnants, piles of rubble remained like scattered memories, each fragment holding potential to reveal the life that thrived here. Archaeologists moved with care, their hearts pounding in anticipation of each shovel of earth turned. The thrill of discovery danced in the air as they uncovered not just artifacts, but pieces of a larger puzzle. Inscriptions that spoke of worship, pottery adorned with intricate designs, and tools that told of daily lives once lived with purpose. Each find was a heartbeat, a connection to a past that was longing to speak. But preservation efforts were not just about unearthing relics. They were a desperate race against time. The temple's remains, vulnerable and exposed, faced threats from nature and the encroachment of modernity. Weeds twisted through the cracks, while rain and sun wore down the stones, as if nature itself sought to reclaim its territory. Yet, with every challenge, there arose a community of passionate individuals, historians, archaeologists, and volunteers, who felt an unbreakable bond to the past. They gathered like guardians around a sacred fire, fueled by a deep-seated belief that the temple deserved to be remembered, to be revered. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows over the site, the team worked tirelessly, their hands brushing against the cool stone, feeling the weight of history pressing against their fingertips. Each stroke of their tools was a silent vow, a promise to honor what was left behind. They documented every find meticulously, their journals bursting with sketches and notes. They discussed strategies for conservation, bringing together knowledge from various disciplines, art history, geology, and environmental science, to ensure that the temple's legacy would not vanish into obscurity. In the nights that followed, the ruins transformed under the stars, and the air grew thick with emotions. Soldiers of preservation gathered around fires, recounting tales of the temple's significance, how it had once been a beacon of hope and faith for the people who walked its halls. Their voices filled the night with a sense of urgency, as if the very soul of the temple cried out for assistance. They knew that every moment mattered. The temple had witnessed centuries of human experience, joy mingled with sorrow, and it held the weight of stories waiting to be told. Yet even as they labored, the tension in the air thickened. News of construction plans nearby threatened the sanctity of the site. Heavy machinery waited like beasts of burden, anxious to rumble over the ground that had once been sacred. The preservationists felt the chill of fear creep up their spines. Would their efforts be in vain? Would the temple be erased, its stories silenced forever? The thought was unbearable, igniting a fire in their hearts that pushed them to act with a renewed vigor. They rallied support, reaching out to local communities, educational institutions, and even international organizations dedicated to preserving cultural heritage. Their passion ignited a movement, drawing in people from all walks of life. Students joined the cause, wielding paintbrushes and posters, rallying for awareness of the temple's plight. Parents brought their children, teaching them about the importance of history and the responsibility of preserving it. Together, they stood against the looming threat, a united front, their voices rising in harmony, a choir of determination and hope. As weeks turned into months, the preservation efforts bore fruit. Grants were secured, and funds began to flow in, allowing for more extensive research and excavation. The site gained attention in academic circles, attracting experts from around the globe. They arrived in droves, eager to lend their knowledge, their skills, and their passion to the cause. They worked side by side with local volunteers, sharing laughs and stories over lunch breaks, forging bonds that transcended time and place. With every discovery, the temple began to reveal its truths. Layers of history unfolded like petals of a flower, each one a reminder of the lives that had intertwined here. The walls bore witness to rituals, and the ground beneath had soaked in the footsteps of countless worshippers. The collective memory was potent, and it inspired everyone who stepped foot on this sacred ground. But the road ahead was fraught with obstacles. Just as they celebrated small victories, new challenges arose. The weather turned unpredictable, storms sweeping through and threatening the integrity of the site. The team scrambled to protect their finds, covering excavations with tarps and sandbags, their hearts racing as thunder rumbled in the distance. They would not back down. They couldn't. The temple deserved the fight, and they were in it together for the long haul. Through late nights and early mornings, the determined preservers of history found solace in each other's company. They became a family, bonded not just by a shared mission, but by the stories that flowed between them. Tales of the temple, tales of humanity, the laughter, and the tears. Every moment spent among the stones felt like a heartbeat, reminding them that they were not merely preserving a structure. They were safeguarding a legacy, a connection to ancestors who had dreamt, hoped, and prayed within these very walls. And then, just when they thought they had weathered the worst, a breakthrough came. An intricate mural, hidden for centuries beneath layers of dust and debris, emerged into view. The colors were vibrant, a kaleidoscope of history and culture, and as they stood before it, a hushed reverence fell over the group. Tears sparkled in eyes, hearts swelled with pride, and they knew, without a doubt, that their efforts were not in vain. The temple was alive, and its story was ready to be told once more. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the ancient stones, still warm to the touch from the day's heat. It was a typical evening at the temple, where whispers of reverence intertwined with the laughter of tourists. A group of visitors wandered through the echoes of history, their eyes wide with awe as they traced the intricate carvings of deities long forgotten. Each stone had a story, each shadow seemed to hold the breath of ancient rituals, and the air was thick with a perfume of mystery and nostalgia. This temple, a magnificent structure built centuries ago, stood resilient against the passage of time. Beneath its towering columns, travelers gathered from across the world, their voices a cacophony of languages and laughter, all unified by an unspoken bond, curiosity. They sought more than mere sight. They craved a connection to something bigger, something timeless. As they stepped closer to the sacred altar, the atmosphere shifted. It was as if the stones themselves shared their wisdom, urging them to pause, to reflect. Tourists wielded cameras like modern-day relics, capturing moments of wonder that would soon be lost in the blur of their fast-paced lives. Yet, in the backdrop of their selfies and snapshots, an ancient energy pulsated. It was the spirit of the past, alive in the present, drawing them into a tapestry woven with threads of human experience. Joy, grief, hope, and reverence. Each flash of a camera seemed to awaken the temple's history, a reminder that they were stepping not just into a building, but into a living narrative. Among the sea of faces, one young woman stood transfixed by a mural depicting a great harvest festival. Her heart raced as she imagined the temple in its prime, draped in vibrant colors, filled with the sound of drums, the scent of spices, and the laughter of children. She could almost hear the chants of priests as they offered sacrifices to the gods, their voices rising to the heavens. It was a visceral connection, a bridge spanning centuries, and she felt it deep within her bones, each heartbeat echoing the pulse of history. Nearby, an elderly couple stood hand in hand, their eyes sparkling with the joy of shared discovery. They had traveled far and wide, yet here, in this ancient space, they found solace. The stories etched on the walls seemed to mirror their own journey, a reminder that they too had navigated the storms of life, held together by love and faith. They whispered softly to each other, their voices barely audible above the crowd, yet their emotions painted a vivid scene of intimacy against the backdrop of grandeur. A group of schoolchildren, wide-eyed and bursting with energy, scampered from one corner of the temple to another, their laughter rising above the solemnity of the place. They were on a quest for knowledge, hungry to understand the lives that had come before them. Their teacher guided them with tales of kings and queens, of battles fought and won, and the sacred traditions that had shaped their culture. Each word ignited their imaginations, transforming the temple into a living classroom where history unfolded like a storybook. As the sun began to set, the temple was bathed in a warm, amber glow. Shadows danced across the stone, breathing life into the carvings that adorned the walls. A sudden hush fell over the crowd as a local priest stepped forward, his voice clear and steady. He began to recount the legends tied to the temple, stories of gods and goddesses who once walked among mortals. His words wove a spell, pulling listeners into a world where the divine intertwined with the earthly, where every ritual held purpose and every prayer was answered. Tears glistened in the eyes of some. For many, it was a moment of awakening, an understanding that they were part of something far greater than themselves. The temple was not just a relic. It was a living testament to the resilience of faith and the power of connection through generations. With every word spoken, the past became a sacred thread that linked the present with the future. In the gathering twilight, the temple stood tall, an unwavering guardian of stories untold. As tourists began to leave, reluctantly peeling away from the embrace of history, an unspoken agreement lingered in the air. They had not just visited a site, they had engaged with the profound truths of humanity. Each traveler carried the essence of the temple within them, a spark igniting their own narratives. But just as the last rays of sunlight dipped below the horizon, an unexpected event unfolded. A sudden rumble echoed through the ground, and the tourists turned in alarm. The earth trembled gently, a subtle reminder of the forces that had shaped this land. The temple swayed, its ancient stones creaking as if awakening from a long slumber. Gasps filled the air, and for a moment, fear mingled with awe. A child clutched her mother's hand tighter, but in those moments of uncertainty, they felt an indescribable connection to the very earth beneath their feet, to the stories that had been carved into this sacred place. As the tremor subsided, an energy lingered, almost electric. The priest raised his hands, inviting the crowd to join in a communal chant, a reaffirmation of faith that transcended language. Voices rose together, blending into a symphony of hope and gratitude, echoing against the ancient walls. The moment held a unique beauty, a reminder that the past and present were intertwined, a living dialogue that would continue for centuries to come. And just like that, the tension in the air shifted once more, as if the temple itself had decided to reveal another layer of its secrets. Whispers spread through the crowd about a hidden chamber beneath the temple, a place where the ancients had once gathered for sacred rites. Eyes sparkled with intrigue, and the thrill of adventure danced in the hearts of the tourists. Their curiosity beckoned them to stay a little longer, to dig deeper into the history that surrounded them. The promise of more stories to uncover hung tantalizingly, propelling them forward into the unknown, into the depths of ancient wisdom waiting to be revealed. The echoes of ancient footsteps can still be felt in the dusty corners of the temple, a place where power once reigned supreme. Here, ambition and devotion intertwined in a dance that has shaped civilizations. As sunlight filters through crumbling stone arches, it casts shadows that seem to whisper of a time when the temple was a beacon of authority, a vibrant hub where decisions were made and destinies were forged. Those who entered its sacred space were not just seekers of faith. They were wielders of influence, guardians of legacies that ripple through the ages. Within its walls, the air is thick with stories of rulers and commoners alike, each one leaving their mark. The temple stood not just as a place of worship, but as a symbol of power, a monument to the intertwining of faith and governance. Kings and priests walked side by side, their fates interlocked, each relying on the other to maintain balance. The incense of ritual sacrifices intertwined with the scent of ambition, creating an atmosphere charged with palpable tension. In contemporary society, the residue of that power still lingers. From the high-rise buildings that now scrape the sky to the sprawling urban landscapes, echoes of the temple's legacy manifest in the structures of authority we see today. Politicians, much like the ancient priests, seek approval and legitimacy from those they serve, often invoking the same ancient symbols of strength and divine favor. The temple was a bastion of power, and its influence reverberates in the political machinations of modern leaders who try to harness the spirit of that sacred space to fortify their rule. The temple's legacy goes beyond mere politics. It seeps into the very fabric of culture and identity. Festivals and rituals that were once performed to appease the gods have morphed into modern celebrations. Yet the underlying themes of power and reverence remain unchanged. Music, art, and literature draw inspiration from those ancient rites, echoing the grandeur and solemnity that once filled the air. In every song sung and every story told, the spirit of the temple lingers, reminding us of our shared humanity and the age-old quest for meaning and significance. As people navigate the complexities of their lives, they often find themselves standing at the crossroads of history and modernity. The temple's power is reflected in the way communities gather, seeking solace and strength in shared beliefs. Yet, within that unity lies a tension that mirrors the ancient conflicts of power and control. The struggle for voice and representation echoes the battles fought long ago, reminding us that the quest for authority is as relevant now as it was centuries ago. In the bustling streets of cities, where skyscrapers rise like modern-day temples, the energy is electric. Activism flourishes in the shadows of corporate giants, fueled by the same fervor that ignited revolutions of the past. Protesters gather in masses, their chants resonating like the prayers of old. They demand justice, echoing the cries that once rang through the temple's halls. This fervor, this unyielding spirit, is a testament to the power that still resides within the hearts of those who seek to challenge the status quo. Yet, the legacy of the temple is not without its shadows. It serves as a reminder of the darker aspects of power, the manipulation, the betrayal, the histories written in blood. As societies grapple with the consequences of past decisions, the weight of that history bears down heavily. The very foundations laid by those who came before us can feel like shackles, binding the present to a cycle of power struggles that seem never-ending. The temple stands as a monument to both the heights of human achievement and the depths of moral failure, forcing a confrontation with the complexities of legacy. People walk through the echoes of history, often unaware of the forces that shaped their existence. The temple's walls, worn yet resilient, have witnessed countless debates, negotiations, and declarations, each moment a thread in the grand tapestry of societal evolution. Those who once sought answers within its sacred confines have left behind a tapestry that contemporary society continues to weave, albeit with threads of their own making. The questions linger. Who holds the power now, and at what cost? Are we merely players in an age-old game, or do we have the agency to redefine the rules? In the quiet moments of reflection, one can almost hear the whispers of those who once walked this path. Their hopes, fears, and dreams blend with the aspirations of those who now stand at the temple's threshold, seeking guidance and clarity. The past is never truly gone. It lives on in the choices we make and the battles we fight. As society grapples with the legacy of power and the weight it carries, the temple serves as both a reminder of what has been and a beacon for what could be. In this delicate dance of heritage and progress, the spirit of the temple ignites passion and purpose. The legacy of power is alive and throbbing, influencing everything from the boardrooms of corporate giants to the intimate gatherings of family and friends. The desire for belonging, for recognition, and for influence drives people to seek out spaces that echo with the weight of history. It is here, in this intersection of past and present, that the true essence of the temple's legacy continues to unfold. An unfolding that is relentless and profound, echoing through the ages, leaving a trail of questions and possibilities in its wake. As the sun sets behind the crumbling walls, casting an amber hue across the landscape, one cannot help but feel the weight of history pressing down. The temple stands not just as a relic of the past, but as an ever-present force, reminding us that the struggle for power, understanding, and meaning is as relevant today as it has ever been. In this ongoing narrative, every voice matters, every story counts, and the legacy of the temple lives on, urging the next generation to rise, to question, and to carry forward the flame of ambition and hope. The sun hung low in the Roman sky, casting golden rays on the grand structure that was the Temple of Jupiter. Its towering columns reached for the heavens, a testament to human ambition and devotion. The air crackled with anticipation. Every passerby felt the weight of history in their bones, a pulse that resonated through the very stones of the temple. In this sacred space, the ancient Romans believed the King of Gods listened, his presence woven into the fabric of their existence. As crowds gathered, the temple was alive with whispered prayers and the scent of incense swirling through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the nearby Tiber River. Here, in this remarkable sanctuary, the Romans found solace, strength, and purpose. The temple was not merely a building. It was a bridge between the divine and the human, a place where dreams met the will of the gods. Constructed around 6 BCE, the Temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus stood on the Capitoline Hill, a focal point of Roman religion and culture. Followers came from all corners of the empire, drawn by the magnetic pull of this hallowed ground. They whispered secrets to the winds, shared their hopes as offerings, and sought guidance in the flickering shadows cast by the temple's torches. Each stone, meticulously carved, echoed with the prayers of countless souls yearning for favor from the divine. The temple's architecture was an awe-inspiring spectacle, designed to make one feel small yet significant. Massive pillars adorned with intricate carvings rose high above, and a majestic statue of Jupiter himself loomed at the center, his gaze both fierce and benevolent. Visitors stood in reverence, hearts pounding in their chests, as they beheld the embodiment of power and protection. The enormity of the structure reminded them of the gods' dominion over their lives, a humbling truth that both frightened and comforted them. But the Temple of Jupiter was not just a symbol of Roman religion. It connected to a vast web of ancient beliefs that spanned continents and cultures. Echoes of similar structures could be found in the temples of Egypt, where pharaohs sought favor from their gods and offered lavish tributes to secure their place in the afterlife. The ancient Greeks had their own pantheon, worshipping Zeus atop Mount Olympus, mirroring the Romans' reverence for Jupiter. Across the sea, in the lands of Mesopotamia, ziggurats reached skyward, housing deities who demanded loyalty and sacrifice. In this grand tapestry of faiths, the Temple of Jupiter stood proudly, a shared heartbeat among civilizations. Like the sun that nourished the earth, the temple radiated an energy that crossed borders. Stories of divine intervention and miraculous acts echoed through the ages, each adding to the rich history of human connection with the divine. It was a bond that transcended language and culture, a universal thread woven through the fabric of humanity. As the day turned to dusk, torchlight flickered against the temple's marble facade, casting an ethereal glow. The sounds of chanting filled the air, each voice rising in unison, a chorus of devotion. The faithful, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames, felt an exhilarating rush as they surrendered their hopes and fears to Jupiter. In that moment, they were not just individuals. They were part of something greater, part of a history that spanned centuries and cultures. Yet shadows loomed in the distance. As empires rose and fell, so too did the worship of Jupiter. The winds of change swept through the lands, bringing new ideologies that challenged ancient beliefs. The temple, once filled with vibrant prayers, now stood at a crossroads, caught between the past and a future not yet written. The hearts of the faithful began to tremble, their once unwavering faith tested by the tides of time. Still, those who remained steadfast often gathered, clutching onto the vestiges of their beliefs. Their eyes reflected the flickering flames, longing for a connection to the divine that felt so tangible within those sacred walls. They shared stories passed down through generations, tales of miracles and divine wrath that still sent shivers down their spines. The temple became a sanctuary for hope, a reminder of the resilience of faith in the face of uncertainty. As the moon rose high, bathing the temple in silver light, the faithful's whispers transformed into fervent prayers. They spoke of battles fought and won, of loves lost and found, and of the burdens they carried. Each prayer reached the heavens, mingling with the stars, carrying the weight of human experience. In that moment, the boundaries between the sacred and the mundane dissolved, and they could almost feel Jupiter's presence, watching over them with both pride and protection. Outside the temple, a young boy watched in awe, his innocence untouched by the complexities of faith. He marveled at the grandeur of the structure, his imagination ignited by the stories of gods and heroes. He felt a stirring in his heart, a yearning to be part of this ancient tradition that seemed to speak directly to his soul. What would it be like to stand before Jupiter, to feel the weight of divinity? He envisioned himself one day walking those sacred halls, offering his own prayers, his own dreams. As the night deepened, the temple stood unwavering, a beacon of hope amid a world of change. Here, in this sacred space, the legacy of Jupiter transcended time, a powerful reminder that faith, in all its forms, has the ability to unite, inspire, and endure. The ancient stones, imbued with centuries of prayer and devotion, whispered tales of the past while hinting at futures yet to be forged. And as the dawn broke, illuminating the temple once more, it signified not just another day, but the continuation of a story that spanned the ages. A story of gods and mortals, of faith and doubt, of longing and belonging. The Temple of Jupiter stood tall over the forum, its grandeur captivating all who laid eyes upon it. The sunlight danced off its marble columns, sending glimmers that seemed to whisper stories of ancient triumphs and divine favor. At its core, this temple was not merely a structure. It was a heartbeat of Rome, pulsing with the hopes and fears of a civilization that had forged an empire from the dust of its foundations. The air was thick with reverence and the fragrance of incense, mingling with the scent of history itself. Here, in this sacred space, lives were transformed, destinies reshaped, and the very essence of power redefined. Every stone of the Temple of Jupiter told a tale. The mighty Jupiter, king of gods, was not just a figure in the sky. He was a protector of Rome, a symbol of strength and victory. From the moment the temple was completed in 509 BCE, it stood as a testament to Rome's aspirations and the divine sanction of its people's endeavors. Generations came to seek Jupiter's favor, whether to bless their military conquests or to guide their political ambitions. It was here that emperors knelt in prayer, their voices barely a whisper against the backdrop of thunderous cheers from the masses, seeking approval from the very god they believed made them invincible. Each military campaign was punctuated by rituals at the temple. Soldiers, eyes alight with fierce determination, would gather before its colossal doors, offering sacrifices to ensure their success against enemies that threatened the peace of the Republic. Families would light candles in the flickering shadows, praying for the safe return of their loved ones, each flame a fragment of hope in a world often shadowed by uncertainty. As days turned into years, the temple absorbed the cries of joy and despair, weaving a rich tapestry of human emotion that echoed across the centuries. The noise of hammers and chisels rang out as builders and artisans labored to maintain the temple's splendor. Each renovation and embellishment seemed to breathe new life into the ancient structure, ensuring it remained a focal point not just for worship, but for the very identity of Rome. It was a place where the past met the present, where history became a living, pulsating force that shaped the lives of everyone who walked within its hallowed walls. But the influence of the Temple of Jupiter extended far beyond the borders of Rome. With the expansion of the empire, the worship of Jupiter spread like wildfire, igniting the hearts of conquered peoples. In Gaul and Britain, temples dedicated to the Roman god emerged, often built alongside local deities, a testament to the cultural fusion that marked the Roman Empire. The echoes of Jupiter's name traveled across mountains and rivers, uniting diverse tribes under one divine banner, fostering a sense of belonging as vast as the empire itself. In the shadows of the temple, the political machinations of Rome unfolded. Senators mingled, their robes sweeping across the marble floors, discussing conquests and alliances in hushed tones. Amidst these powerful figures, the temple loomed large, a constant reminder that their fates were intertwined with the divine. It was a symbol of their authority, a seat of power where decisions were made that would ripple through time, affecting generations to come. Such was the weight of the temple's influence that even the mightiest emperors, like Augustus and Nero, felt compelled to pay homage, recognizing that no earthly throne could stand without Jupiter's blessing. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forum, the temple took on an ethereal glow. Imaginations began to stir, fueled by tales of the divine interventions that had shaped history. The miraculous victories, the inexplicable omens, all tied back to this sacred site. Was it mere coincidence? Or was there truly something otherworldly at play? The whispers of the past filled the air, igniting a sense of wonder that transcended time. In a quiet corner of the temple, an old priest knelt, his weathered hands trembling as he offered his prayers. He had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the ebb and flow of power, all while standing sentinel at this enduring monument. The weight of his ancestors' hopes rested upon him, the same hopes that had driven countless others to seek Jupiter's guidance. Every prayer he uttered was a thread in the grand tapestry of Rome's legacy, a flicker of light in the encroaching darkness of uncertainty. The temple remained a focal point for art and literature, inspiring poets and painters alike. Artists captured its majesty, immortalizing the scenes of worship and adoration, echoing the emotions that flowed through its corridors. The Temple of Jupiter became more than a building. It morphed into an enduring symbol of faith and resilience, inspiring countless generations to look upward, to seek answers in the stars, and to connect with something greater than themselves. With the arrival of Christianity, the temple faced new challenges, yet its essence lingered. The echoes of Jupiter's worship adapted, morphing into new forms as faith evolved. What had once been the high altar of the Roman pantheon found itself transformed, yet the spirit of reverence remained. The structure, though repurposed, still held the weight of history, a bridge connecting the past to the burgeoning new faith that would redefine an empire. Even in the modern age, the remnants of the Temple of Jupiter stand as a testament to humanity's enduring quest for understanding, connection, and meaning. Tourists and scholars alike wander through its ruins, each step a poignant reminder of the dreams and aspirations that once filled these sacred spaces. The stories of triumph and despair echo in their hearts, reminding them that they are part of a lineage that stretches back millennia. As night fell and stars illuminated the sky, a sense of awe enveloped those who lingered near the temple's ruins. They sensed the immense history that surrounded them, feeling the weight of lives lived, prayers whispered, and hopes fulfilled. The temple had seen it all, a silent witness to the rise and fall of empires, the shifting tides of faith, and the relentless march of time. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the cosmos, the influence of the Temple of Jupiter resonated deeply. It became clear that though the temple might have changed form and function, its spirit lived on, an everlasting reminder of the power of belief and the bonds that unite us across the ages. The narratives that emerged from within these ancient walls continued to ripple outward, weaving through the fabric of history. The legacy of Jupiter did not end. It transformed and transcended, carving a path into the future that remained as compelling and relevant as the day it was built. As the stars blinked above, they too seemed to nod in agreement, forever keeping watch over the stories of those who dared to dream and believe.